Oh my god. You guys are still here? I thought I ditched you guys last week. What are you doing here? Here I thought I was out, and then they dragged me back in. How are we doing tonight, folks? Thought you could escape us. I don't, I own my delusion, and I certainly have plenty of it. But that one in particular, I don't really entertain anymore. We've already got a couple of subs coming in hot tonight. My God, hang on a second. Let me get caught up. Chat is starting before I'm even sitting down. Holy moly. We just start a hype train? I think I keep talking about how I need to up the the limit for those, but I never remember to. Like, I kind of forgot how I even turned it on. Looks like Project Dark Fox was first PDF. Always a pleasure to see you. Oh, Coral Rollins. Oh, there's the Thunderbot, my favorite bot of all bots to square with that second month of subs to square. Thank you so much for the support. It really means absolutely the world. Rogue19 with a bad case of Stockholm Syndrome. I don't try to abuse you, Rogue. It's just that you make me. No, but really, thank you so much for that sub, man. I really, really do appreciate all of your support. Smack Weasel, it is good to see you. Lore Friendly, howdy, Data Nerd. Good to be back. Thank you so much for the welcome. Hanging out at midnight in the UK. I'll try to keep it nice and chill for you, Smack Weasel. It's late at night. We don't need to be too active. What are you doing to me, Pretzel? Right off the bat with some bullshit I don't want to listen to. Let's give that a thumbs down to square. Never left. Don't cry for me. Twitch. Project Dark Fox on that 12-month streak. I've been moderating for 1 full year, and all I got was this very nice t-shirt from Data Nerd. It's a good one. Colonel Matthew Steiner, we've had a conversion. The man amongst us has been reborn as a Warcaster Neo Mechanica player. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit tonight. Because it's all up in my brain right now. Lore Friendly, keeping us rolling more accurately with those 35 bits. Thank you so much. Rolling with the gift sub. Holy shit. Oh my god, you guys, how am I supposed to keep up? When you guys are as fucking cool as you are, what abuse are we gonna have to suffer tonight? I'm gonna poke you in the eye, oh Coral. I've recently purchased a new addition to the stream, known as the Twitch Poker, that lets me go ahead and just poke you, boop, right in the eye, right through Twitch. Truly, the magnificence of human technology knows no bounds. God damn, I wish I really had that. That would be amazing, right? I always think that when I see Vader doing his, in Empire Strikes Back, when he kills that officer, over a Skype call. He's just hey, call up Admiral Fuckface for me real quick. I gotta choke him out. I always think to myself, wouldn't there necessarily be kind of a sliding scale of telepunishments from Darth Vader? You just annoy him a little bit and he calls you up and you're like, oh, Lord Vader, and he goes, bonk, right in your eyeball. Because I would do that. Just had a Coke spill. We'll get that Coke up off the ground. That shit's expensive. I don't have any more to that joke. The joke is that it's Coke both for Coca-Cola and cocaine. That's the whole joke. You got it. I hope you found it funny, because I have nowhere to go with it. It's just, there it is. Keep it loud. Pump up the volume, as they say. Lord Hathrir apologizes for nothing. My brain is now... It's not... Yeah, Hathrir did it to me, you guys. Hathrir and I had a lovely time. Oh my god, we rented this place up in the mountains. This Airbnb cabin. Rogue19K with 2 gift subs. 2 gift subs going out to Him Touche, which is not at all how it's pronounced. They did like a Borat Kazakhstan thing with that. I don't think that's really an accent. And then, of course, one over to Punexpected, one of my favorites. Just kind of humorous Twitch names. I hope Punexpected stops in tonight. It's always a pleasure to see him. How have you guys been? Vader just stops the automatic... he does this. and you just kind of boom, walk right into the center post, right? To see the Facebook videos, I might not have, Roland. I'll have to check. I will have to take a look. I've been running around all day like a chicken with my damn head cut off. In fact, I've been doing that since I got back. Yeah, I was supposed to be relaxing, and we did relax. We had a good time. Lore Friendly was in a car accident Saturday. The fact that you're here right now tells me it couldn't have been too terrible, but Lore Friendly, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. I hope that the car is okay. I hope nobody was, oh, there you go, nobody injured. That's always the best thing to hear. Yeah, Hathrear, dude, that was fucking great. We rented a place up in the mountains. It was just kind of out in the middle of nowhere, kind of nestled between a couple of, I was gonna say nestled between a couple of mountains. What I'm describing is in a valley. It turns out that we have a word for that. Yeah, okay, it's a nice little place in a valley. Has a little creek running right by it, so you walk outside and it's just perfectly silent because nobody's driving by and the road's a good distance away and you can just hear the creek sort of babbling right on by. It was so nice. So we took this wonderful, idyllic wilderness retreat, and we went to the big table inside, and we set up little fucking robots, and we were like, pew, pew, I shoot you. And he was like, no, you didn't. I roll my dice. It says that you didn't shoot me. And I was like, I did, though. And we did that, kind of a lot, actually. And hung out, and we drank, and we bullshitted. We played some Marvel Crisis Protocol. That was a good time. Level 1 hype train coming into the station. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for making my return such a pleasure. My God. Figured it was you and Hathrear. Yeah. Broke a tooth last week and had to get it pulled waiting on an implant. Shit! I'm sorry to hear that. I can't believe I ruined this brush. I was telling you guys about this last week. Like, right before I went on the stream, I got my nice new Game Envy brush, and I was like, I'm gonna just wipe this through some super glue. Fucking ruined. I'm gonna put you over here. You're never gonna be the same again. I got a couple other Game Envy brushes. I am going to go ahead and use some of the one is a size 0, and I was really liking my size 1, but these are, in fact, the brushes I'm going to be getting for our Thunderheads Home for Wayward Paints project, which I'm looking to have a kit put together beginning of March so that we can get started off with a giveaway there once we have a few entries for some new hobbyists who might want to be starting miniature painting. It's been a very, very popular,
Welcome
very
everyone
popular
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it, or I'll poke your eye. Which, again, I don't actually have the power to do,
50
but
Shades
we're working
of Cold
on it.
Gray.
We're working on it.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first."
Oh man, Rogue 19K. That's never... I hate paying for car repairs. The numbers are always so high, and it's always like I'm paying a great amount of money to resume the ability to travel that I just sort of take for granted. It never feels good. And yet it must happen because not being able to go anywhere is that much worse. I didn't get everything done, Data Nerd. Most of it. I got everything from the core set painted with the exception of Dr. Octopus and Ultron. And if I'm being totally honest, I might wait a while to paint Ultron because unlike some characters like Crossbones and Zemo, he kind of sucks. Like on the tabletop, he's just kind of shitty. He got his ass kicked by him and Black Widow together. Got their ass kicked by Captain Marvel, and Captain Marvel's also not a great, like, just stat-wise, she's not a great unit in MCP, and she just beat the Christ out of Ultron, though. Like, he didn't even get a shot in. I was like, I don't really like any of his abilities, and I got a bunch of other characters that can kind of fill in for that. Ultron always feels like a weird one for me in MCP. Yeah, Hethra is a little salty about Zemo. Zemo is a bastard. And when the one part of the game that did go well for me was Zemo and Red Skull just kind of hanging out together in a little duo, and Red Skull with his cosmic cube just shooting energy blasts at fools and sort of teleporting people around him. And Zemo's able to move long range, do 2 attacks, and then take another medium move back. So he was just hanging out near the control console, and he'd jump in, and he'd slash, slash, slash an Iron Man, and then he'd jump back, and then he'd jump in, and slash, 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 and jump back. It was stupid. Somehow he's essentially longer range than Iron Man, because he's able to move as much as he does, and then attack, and then move back. That was great fun. I don't think Hethria liked it as much as I did. But he did get some good use out of Captain America, intercepting so many of my hits. That game is fun. And then, yeah, we played some Warcaster Neo Mechanica. It's so good. It's so good. I had a lot of fun just playing, like, on a turn-by-turn basis. I don't like Worm Hordes. I might have said that before on the stream. I don't know that we've ever really talked about it. But Worm Hordes and I have a really bad relationship. Like, it's not even like, I don't like the game and I don't want to play it. It's like, I fucking hate this game. Like, every time I play it, I get a little angry. Is it healthy? No. Probably not. I wouldn't guess that it's a healthy dislike. It's very much an unhealthy, very nerdy dislike. But, I wasn't expecting to like Warcaster. I really, and you know, I'll just be honest with you, Hethria, when you suggested bringing it, and I saw what it was, I was like, well, this is gonna suck. Like, I'm gonna play the game, I'm gonna humor him for a few minutes, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's great, man, we played it, hooray, and then never touch it again. I loved it. It plays very differently than Worm Hordes. Sheza Gaming has a bone to pick with me because she got the Marvel Crisis Protocol core set, and yeah, tiny pieces. Tiny pieces. Okay, the core set minis, like, I'm not gonna defend them. They are a pain in the ass. They really, really, truly are. They're a pain to assemble, and they're a bit of a pain to paint because their details are so shallow. But the minis they've been releasing since the core set have all been better, and I anticipate them releasing new versions of the core set minis at some point. Like, Rogue. I'll say the nicest thing that I can about Rise of Skywalker. The nicest thing. Are you ready for it? This is my first compliment. I haven't actually watched it from beginning to end, so I can't actually promise that it sucks as badly as it actually does. So, you know, boom, complimented. There you go. That's what you get out of me. And I hope it's worth the points. I hope you liked it. We gotta do something with our goddamn volts at some point, guys. Channel points, that really got away from me last year. I wouldn't even pretend that it didn't. Look what I got. Looky what I got. 1 billion suns! It says. I counted. There's only actually about 1,000 suns in this book. It's misleading. Misleading. And that's if you assume that every star is also a sun, which I don't know if that's true. Don't even do that. Don't even do that to me, lore friendly. It'll happen when it happens, baby. It'll happen when the time is right. Shh, 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 shh. Just let it happen. It'll be okay. Got Red Skull and Cap put together, and I want to throw my miniatures away. Don't do it. They're nice minis. They're a pain in the ass to build. You definitely want to be using that plastic glue. I'll tell you that much. Oh, thank you, Smack Weasel. I do what I can. Don't blame me on Worm Hordes. Yeah, okay, so to square, you note my two biggest problems with Worm Hordes. Snowballing and instant death. It reminded me when I played Worm Hordes, like, I was like, this is just like playing Magic the Gathering, but with minis. And I'm not really a fan of Magic the Gathering so much anymore, so it never really did anything for me. And then, you know, people would be like, well, expect to lose your first 50 games. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to lose 50 games, just learn to be better at this goddamn shitty memory game that you're trying to have me play. And that's what it was. It's like, it's a memory game. You build your chains of events and your chains of abilities, you memorize them, and you do them over and over and over, and if someone breaks the chain, you just fucking lose. And I didn't enjoy it. Kursala with the Prime sub. Am I supposed to write something here? Well, you already did. So you played yourself, Kursala. You played yourself. Thank you so much for that sub. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, Kursala. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you had a good weekend. But yeah, those aren't problems. in Warcaster. Warcaster is a very objective-based game. I don't know, like, I talk about Maelstrom's Edge sometimes. I've mentioned it a few times on the stream. I don't know how many of you have actually played Maelstrom's Edge. I'm gonna guess none, because it's not a popular game. It has not succeeded in taking off. It has not achieved the popularity that it needed to become like a proper game. And it's pretty much dead in the water, even though they occasionally make little resin releases for it. That makes me sad, because I think Maelstrom's Edge is an excellent game with a good setting. That said, I see a lot of it in Warcaster. Because in Warcaster you have a pool of resources. You know, in War Mahords you have focus, and the amount of focus you have depends on a number of different things that's being generated. They simplified that. They're like, you've got arc, and you've got 7. You've got 7 arc. Boom, that's your pool. You can move that to different places. It can do a few different things, but you always have the 7. Everybody has 7, so the resource management is a little bit more predictable. And you bring units onto the field to start the game, and then you move forward, and every single unit is able to throw out these things called void gates, which that is a perfect moment for me to segue into some of the work that I've been doing since I got back. Specifically, I've been making these here void gates. I'm not a huge fan of the metal void gates. Oh my god, stuff's happening. Stuff's happening. Riot Sister coming in with the lucky number 13. Thank you so much for the sub, Riot Sister. How are you doing? I hope that you're feeling better. So, what's the best way to get the extra super glue off of the minis? Acetone in the wash. Put it in the freezer. Shazza Gaming. The super glue gets very, very brittle when it's cold. So if you put it in the freezer and then pull it out and kind of just scrape it a little bit with a hobby blade, it should actually snap off the surface very nicely. It tends to sort of contract and separate. I do recommend you build the Marvel Crisis Protocol figures with plastic glue. If you don't have some, do get some. It's like, you won't have to do gap filling if you use the plastic glue either. You will thank yourself for using that on those particular figures. Bodes well for you finally opening and assembling your Warcaster Kickstarters. Yeah, it works really, really well. Really, really well. So what you do is you move forward and you drop these things called void gates. This is the one that I made for the kind of rebel faction that exists in the game. Is my camera a little bit dark? No, I guess it's okay. I got a dirty thumbnail. What is that? What was I scraping at? I think I was scraping at some paint. I got paint under my fingernails, guys. God! You'd think I painted minis or something. So, yeah, you move forward and you can throw out void gates, and then you can charge them with some of your limited arc pool. And then if these sit there for a full turn, the next turn you can spend arc off of them to summon units through them. And when they're out of arc, they disappear from the table. Yes, this is for the Marcher Worlds faction. I did this one. If you look online, if you go and type in, like, Warcaster void gates, you'll see the basic metal token that they have available. I didn't want to. Lore Friendly's getting massive buffering for no reason. Yeah, Twitch is being real lame, Lore Friendly. I'm so sorry to hear that. You have a fantastic night, though. Thank you for stopping in. I hope that you're able to come back. I hope that things are cleaned up for you. That always makes me sad when Twitch rebuffs someone who wants to hang out in the stream. So the Marcher Worlds are like the sort of rebel faction. There's 3 basic factions right now. I'm just calling them Space Authoritarians, Space Rebels, and Space Cultists, because those are the general archetypes. This is for the Space Rebels, so it's a little chunkier. And then I have one here for the Space Authoritarians, which are the Iron Star Alliance. And this was a learning experience, making these somewhat organic shapes in Fusion 360, of all places, along with these bases. And then this sort of like hexagon honeycomb pattern across a curved surface. I had to do some learning on how to apply a pattern like this to a curved surface in 2 axes. That was fun. It took a little bit of figuring, but I finally got it. But I think this one looks pretty good. Now, I have another void gate for the 3rd faction. I went through like 3 iterations for that one. I didn't like my first one, then I did the second one, and I was really busy. And I got some plastic glue. I'm glad to hear. Sheza, here's the thing about plastic glue. If you bought a thing like this size, I've had this for years. Unless you are building an absolutely unbelievable number of models all in styrene and using this constantly, this is going to last you for a long, 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 long time. You use the teeniest amount, because when you're using it, Sheza, I don't know if you've used plastic cement before, it's a chemical bond instead of a physical bond. When you glue with super glue, you're creating a physical bond, which is just essentially you have one surface and another surface, and you put a material between them, and it oozes into the differences, the texture on those surfaces, and then it hardens in place and locks the whole thing together. The plastic cement is a chemical glue that's going to go in, it's going to melt the plastic that it touches, and then when you push the plastic together, they're going to bond into one piece of plastic. It's much, much more secure. It only works on styrene plastic, so don't try to use it on like PVC or resin or anything like that, because it's not going to do anything. It's just going to make a mess, and you're going to have to clean it up. You won't like that. Kind of how Riot Quest works with spawn gates on the hex mat. I know that there are some similarities with some of the mechanisms they've been putting into Riot Quest, though I haven't played it. It's my understanding that Riot Quest is sort of like a future of the Iron Kingdoms, what if the Infernals won, and then Warcaster is sort of a future of the Iron Kingdoms, what if everybody escaped through the magical fucking gate to the Cyrus galaxy in 5,000 years past. Gotta be totally honest with you, I don't give a fuck about the Iron Kingdom's lore, like, at all. I look at it and I just I glaze over. So Warcaster is actually a great chance for me to start over with some new, fresh lore as it's being built, and I'm kind of excited for that. But yeah, we got these two things I made so far. I've got a third gate that's on the printer right now, and then these bases were a prototype. I'm not going to wind up using these, but the dimensions all worked out nice. I'm really quite pleased with how easily these bases printed, so I'm doing some kind of industrial bases. I've got sort of a cultist temple base thing coming together. I got a lot of stuff. I'm making a lot of stuff. Danger with plastic cements is they'll melt the surface if you get it somewhere you shouldn't. Yes, use very little. In fact, I don't recommend that you squeeze the plastic cement onto the Mini directly. Squeeze it into something else and like gently lift it with a toothpick or something and apply just the bare minimum and then press the pieces together firmly. You can kind of gap fill by using a little bit extra as it sort of squooshes out, because it'll melt the plastic and it'll fill the gaps between. Just take it slow and do it in places that you don't care about how it looks at first. Test it, and you'll get a feel for how the plastic cement works, Sheza. You know, talking about playing games, but here I am making a game. Ren Momo, what you making over there? What you making over there, Ren? You were talking about something earlier, and I have to admit I'm quite curious. Yes, squooshes is the technical, that's actually the scientific term. I haven't had a chance to dig into this book yet, but I did finally get this after pre-ordering it. I don't know, I need to print out some spaceships and give this game a try. I don't have a universe in mind yet, and this is kind of universe agnostic, which is neat, but we're going to be digging into this. If not immediately, then over the next couple of months, methinks. Oh, I'm drinking, this is just cranberry juice, by the way. Just a little juice. A little bit of juice. I'm printing out some Ion Raptor figures for a buddy of mine. Did a couple of these. What did he call these? These are just Raptors, right? They're itty bitty. They're so small. They're just little guys. Little light mechs. Such nice prints, though. Ion Raptor does such unbelievably fantastic work. Just really, really good job. You want to see how teeny they are, Verg? I also printed one of his stone rhinos, because that's the other one that my buddy requested. Look at this fucking shit. I reduced the size of the stone rhino to 85%, and this is what happened. I might need to reduce it more. I know the stone rhino is many, many times more massive, but I feel like I might have overdone it. A little bit. No, it's not the 10mm one. I don't think. I hope it's not. I think it's a little too large, though. I think being like, this raptor is the size of one of his damn legs. Like, this is a waste of a big chunk of resin, is what this is, if I've got to print another one, which I think I do. It did print very nice and clean, though. You know, that's something. I think I only had one print failure, and that's back here on his heel. One of his little heel things. didn't quite print, but that's pretty minor. Everything else came out nice and clean. Really, Ion Raptor does just such a fantastic job with his sculpts. Space station cut off from the rest of humanity during the Age of Expansion. Self-sufficient, but then greed and overpopulation caused the station to go into Titanfall pilot-esque combat. I know that when I'm feeling hungry and space-sick, the only answer I can think of is to run on the fucking walls and shoot grappling hooks into my neighbors' throats. Is that just me? I hope it's not. I hope it's everybody else, too, because we're gonna have fun. If that gets to be the case. Got another mech or base to compare it? Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look at my fairly decently scaled Wolverine next to the Stone Rhino. It's not that bad next to the Wolverine. It is a huge mech. Like, it's supposed to be a huge mech. It's supposed to be twice the weight of the Wolverine. I still think it's a little... Yeah, I mean, maybe a little large. Like, I could shrink it a little bit. I think it's mostly just that it is huge, and the Raptor is small. I don't think the Raptor is misscaled. The cockpit is, I mean, it's about right when you compare it to cockpits on other mechs. A 6mm human being would fit in there pretty well. It's just a little guy. I don't know, Verg. I'm not sure what the weight is supposed to be on this guy, but looking at this, I'd be like 30, 25, 30 tons, maybe? Does it fit on a hex base? Let's find out. That's a good question. I was just gonna let him sweat it out, but let's have a look. Kind of. Technically, yes. Also, not really. It fits most of the surface area of it, the flats of its feet, onto a hex base. I do think I might shrink it. I might shrink it a little because it's that's too much mech. I can only handle so much mech at any given time, and that is a whole lot of mech. How you doing, Lady B Miniatures? How are you doing today? Obsessing over minis? Yeah, no, that's not something I do. We never talk about minis around here. Pff, get out of here. Get out of here. I think the Stone Rhino is barely too large and the Raptor's a little too small. Well, damn it, I don't want to print him again. I think the Raptor's right. I think having an itty-bitty little mech is just fine, you know? It takes all kinds. It's about half the size of a Wolverine. It's a little under half the weight of a Wolverine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. How you doing, Skexy42? Touch bigger than the 100-tonners from Catalyst. Yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll shrink down the Stone Rhino, and then any problems with the Raptor will just sort of disappear. If you ignore the problem, eventually it goes away. The Raptor needs to be about the size of a Commando. Yeah, but the Commando's oversized. Come on. Hang on. I got a Commando right here. Let's have a look. Alright. Now, to be fair, it's shorter. It is shorter than the Commando, but the Commando is also very vertical and narrow, and this has a big ol' nose on it, and its legs are reverse jointed. So honestly, I think the mass is about the same. It's not that much smaller, and then yeah, when you look at it in cross-section, I think that more than makes up for it. The cockpit's larger. You're gonna tell me a human being can sit in this tiny little fucking, like, football player head, but not in this big, long snout? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. What's up, Hutchback? How are you doing today? Yeah, Hutchback, somebody that I met over in the Warcaster Neo Mechanica Discord group. Groups that I have been insinuating myself into over the last few days as I get my own stuff ready. We're going to be doing some assembly and some painting of some Neo Mechanica in the coming weeks. I have a couple of forces that should be getting here Thursday. We'll probably be doing some building and or painting come Sunday. It'll be a fun time. I don't usually do metal minis, and this should tell you something, by the way. I hate metal minis. I hate big, gangly robots done in metal, too. They're a pain in the ass. And even when I like a game, my attitude is usually, I'll wait for him to do plastic, I'll wait for him to do resin, then I'll pick him up. I had so much fun playing Warcaster that I'm like, just give me the goddamn metal minis. I'll make them. I'll paint them. I'll varnish them. I'll do the whole rigmarole. And then when the resin comes out, I'll probably paint some more. Why do I do these things to myself? Why do I do these to myself? Came back for Star Wars Legion. We're going to have some more of that. We're going to have some more of that for you, Lady B. I have plenty to work on there. I need to find a painting slot for me to work on Bo-Katan. I still have this amazing Bo-Katan from Darkfire that I want to do because I think I can do a better job on this than I did on my first round Bo-Katan. But, you know, endless minis. That's the one thing that is never going to happen on the stream, you guys. I'm never going to run out of things to paint. That much I can promise you. Because it just keeps multiplying. It just keeps multiplying. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Did not enjoy assembling them. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot of drilling and pinning, and it's gonna be ugly, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. He'll just print more. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. So chat, I want you to make a decision for me. Alright? I have some Wolverines that I gotta paint. Some Dougram Blockheads that I need to put some paint down on. Now, there are two official color schemes for the Wolverine. And for those of you interested in making this decision for me, I strongly encourage you to open up your internet browser and look up Dougram Blockhead. There is a standard paint scheme, which is very much like these round facers here. Dave's Mini Art coming in with the sub. Dave, how have you been, man? I haven't seen you for a little while. I was catching up on your Instagram the other day, man. You're kicking some ass over there. So, the first scheme, the standard scheme, is very much like the one that's done on this round facer, except instead of green, it's red. That's effectively the only difference. All the parts are broken up color-wise in a very, very similar fashion. The other option available to us is what is called the Nebula X Blockhead color scheme. I want to do, Lady B, I want to do 4 blockheads in an official Dougram color scheme before I move into doing some more blockheads in other color schemes. Just to wind up the fanboys. There aren't enough. There are not enough Dougram fanboys to wind up. We can't afford to alienate them. There's like me and the like 10 other people on Facebook who've watched it. Like it's a very small crew. Now the other color scheme is, instead of being like this, in the areas that are green, it would be kind of an olive drab, and in the areas that are white, it would be sort of a Japanese uniform yellow. It's a much more realistic, camo-esque paint scheme, but it's official, and I could go for it. I could go for it. Lady B Miniatures, these mechs they're from Battletech, but they're actually originally, from a show called Fang of the Sun Dougram. That's where these designs originated, and that's sort of what I'm doing the color schemes based on. So what do you think, chat? Red or green for the blockheads? Gaudy or slightly camo? Very curious to hear what you think. How have you been, by the way, Dave's Mini Art? And we got more votes for red and gaudy so far. Yeah, looks like we're doing red. It looks like we are doing red. Skull Fairy, good to see ya. Romeo... Oh, wait, hold on. Romeo Void. There it is. I'm going to remember how to say it the first time one of these times. So let me go ahead and pull up a reference image for myself. I do like the red color scheme. It is classic. Shrink this down. I need more screens. I need vastly more monitors available to me at all times. Right, that would solve all my problems, probably. Teal Sakiri, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. How are you doing, Teal? Could we get a shout out? By the way, from my man Teal Sakiri over here. fucking fantastic streamer, fantastic painter, all-around good dude. If you are in this stream and you're thinking to yourself, hey, I like being here, go give him a follow, because you'll like being there too. Clearing off some of these landmines from my wet palette here. Alrighty, right. Well, let's get started then. Going to my classic coal black to get us started today. Just getting ready to head home. Starting on the Thunderhead Lance tomorrow. I am glad to hear that, man. That's right. Teal Security's painting some Battletech over there too. He's generally doing a lot of 40k and some other options over there, but recently we managed to con him into picking up some Battletech minis, and by con him into it, I mean he did it on his own, and I'm claiming credit, even though I had nothing to do with it. Look at me. It started with the coal black. It started with the coal black, guys, and now I'm just like, yeah, give me privateer press everything. Fuck it, why not? Let me shrink this down little bits so that I can still see chat and whatnot. Is my wet palette a litter box full of bombs? No, not that I'm aware of. The bombs that I was speaking of are when you redo your wet palette, sometimes you wind up with little bits of water sitting on top of the paper. And when you're mixing paint, they can just suddenly add a whole droplet of water to whatever you're mixing and thinning with, and you're like way past the target point. Still waiting on the leg to heal up. Well, I'm glad that it is healing up. I'm glad to hear that things are at least reasonably on track there, Dave. Also painting a bus. Looks like a dingy school bus with a bunch of new conglomerate stuff on it. Yeah, no shit, I know who new conglomerate is, Ren Momo, because I'm straight up fucking Terran. Goddamn NC. Bunch of space hicks. I played New Conglomerate for a while in the beginning, but I only really enjoy playing their max because it gets the, like, double shotgun thing going on. Really gonna try not to worry too much about the details as I paint these today, guys. I'm just trying to get these fuckers painted. I don't really care. I don't really care how good they... Well, I mean, I care a little bit. I care a little bit how good they look. Lady B Miniatures, thank you so much for the host. White Wolf, 11 months in a row. Remember the 5th of Squirrel. Yeah. The squirrel powder, treason, and plot. Wait, no, that's not right. It can't be. That can't be what they had in mind. Oh, I'm not wearing a glove. Here, I thought I learned things. Live free in the NC, live double barrel tank in the fucking Terran Conglomerate. Because our tanks have 2 barrels, and suck it. Stairs still hate me. Well, that, you know, that works out, because I fucking hate stairs. We're for sure a part of the timing of we pushed Teal to get started on them, and then Armed Painter and I sort of conned him into painting one lance for each of us in the colors that we chose. Or at least in colors that are vaguely inspired by things that we like. By the way, what colors did you end up choosing for the Thunderhead Lance, Teal? I'm very curious. I left a little bit of print attachment point here. I just wanted to clip that off. Gutsy Toad Sage. 3 months in advance. My god, Gutsy Toad Sage, thank you so much for that, man. It really means a lot. How are you doing today, by the way? I hope that today finds you all well. Wow, I really made a mess of this. Well, at least that's not attached. That's just some scunge that got left on from my... Oh, I'm painting the wrong mech. Wow, I'm glad I realized that before I get started. That was my initial test run, and I can tell because this missile launcher was broken. This is the one that I meant to be painting. Oh god. Oh my god. Yes, the same shut-off time for the storm report today, folks, if you're looking to submit. need a little bit more. I thinned that a bit too much. Today was awesome. Finally had some decent weather, so left my office the first time in a week. Yeah, we've been able to actually have the windows open for the first time in months, which has been kind of nice, but that's going to go away. We're supposed to get some snow tomorrow. You know how it be. By the way, if anybody is down in Texas, I hope that this last week was not too terrible for you. I've been tracking some of my buddies down there. Some people have definitely had it worse than others. Last week was a little bit nuts. I can tell you, having lived in San Antonio for about 12 years, that had I been there, I would not have been prepared either. Sad Vanu noises. That's just Vanu noises. That's just what the Vanu sound like. The Vanu are always sad because they're Vanu.
Oh, my tank hovers up hills. Oh, I can strafe and nobody else can.
That's what all the Vanu sound like. You think it's a stereotype, but it's not. I've listened to them. Today was awesome. Finally had some decent weather. Oh, I already read that. I literally just read that. God, I'm stupid. Be Merrick. Oh, it's M-A-R-I-K, believe it or not. Just like you asked for, looking forward to some gray and purple. Yeah. Specifically, that would be the Merrick 1st Free Worlds Guard. Yes, please, sir. If you're doing Merrick 1st Free Worlds Guard, you better believe I'm going to be in chat and I'm going to be heckling you. It'll be a friendly heckling because you're already doing what I want you to do, but it'll still be heckling. It's really just because that's the only way I know how to communicate. Like, it's just how I grew up, man. Blame my environment. This brush is in bad shape, by the way. That's why I'm just using it to kind of block in some colors. What temp do you run your FDM bed at? 60 degrees.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey.
I love this
Chapter
book.
2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
Alight. Alight with disappointment. You know what's funny, Dark Fox? I feel like I've spent like a week not painting things, and now that I'm sitting here again, I feel like I've forgotten how to paint things. I'm like, what do my hands do again? How do I move the brush? Where do I hold it? Who are you people? It'll come back to me. Probably. I've only been doing it for years. I should remember how at this point. I'm just kind of putting down a very heavily thinned, excuse me, coal black, on account of having done a kind of a brief zenithal highlight. Might as well take advantage of the pre-shading. Don't you go blaming the Free Worlds League for the Word of Blake bullshit now. That's disingenuous. Aiding and abetting. Pfft. We're not soothsayers, we're not fortune tellers, come on. I mean, you can't make me admit it no matter what you say, so I think that we're at a bit of an impasse. Quick rundown of my painting gear. I'm curious, Hutchback, which pieces of gear are you specifically referring to? I apologize today, by the way. For some reason, I've got a bit of a scratchy throat, so I might clear my throat a little bit, and I might not shout as much as I usually do. As far as like my brushes, my palette, stuff like that, Hutchback. Paint brand, brushes, etc. Okay, so paint brands, a few. I definitely have my favorites. I'm very into Reaper. I have a whole lot of Reaper. Their Master Series is very excellent. I also have a good amount of Vallejo. I like their Game Color line, and I like their heavy opacity paints. I also use, now, a good amount of Monument Pro Acryl, which you just can't get away from these days. They're hitting those advertisement dollars hard, but I'll tell you what, people use it for a good reason. Pro Acryl paint is very, very nice. I am currently using an old, abused Winsor & Newton size 0 that does not have a good tip on it anymore, to apply a little bit of P3 paint. I don't use P3 or Citadel for the most part because I hate paint pots, but there's one color from P3 that I continually go back to, and that is this coal black. That's what I'm putting down right now in a very thin coat. And honestly, I need to put some more on my palette because I went through this on over one mech. I use a wet palette that is the... what brand is it? Masterson's Stay Wet Handy palette, but I mean, you could build that yourself with like a plastic lunch meat container and some parchment paper. I just like the sponge that it comes with. But I love Pro Acryl, I love Reaper Master Series, I like a lot of Vallejo, I have some Army Painter. I'm not a huge fan of Army Painter. They've got some good paints. I use their washes almost exclusively. Their AP tones and shades I think are pretty great, and I use them quite a lot. Ramo Ray 2022 with the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Thank you so much for coming by. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, I didn't, you followed when we were off stream, so I didn't get a chance to thank you. Did not get a chance to thank you, Hutchback, but thank you so much for the follow, man. What is that? A package from Amazon, and I have no memory of what I might have ordered. Oh, never mind, I know what it is. It's some LED lights. Yeah, so I'm doing a little project with Death Ray Designs right now. We're sort of testing the waters for some collaborative efforts on some Warcaster Neo Mechanica terrain, and it is going to involve some frosted laser cut acrylic and some LED flicker lights, so I'm very, very excited. Very excited to get going on that, and hopefully we'll have something fun to show soon. Because if there's one thing that stuff in Neo Mechanica does, it's glow blue. Lots of glowing stuff. Do I use any oil paints? So Wolf Woman, I have some oil paints, and I have used them in the past. I moved away from it. I do largely acrylic, but I'll tell you, every time I watch James Wapple or Steel Rebel painting, I want to give oils a try all over again, and I think I probably will do some oil painting streams here in the near future. I got some tips from them. Part of what I didn't like about it last time was just that it was kind of messy, and it involved a lot of cleanup. but by doing some work ahead of time and sort of pre-mixing my own colors and pre-thinning them in bottles, I could save a lot of time and a whole lot of mess. So I am going to try to do that, and once I've got some of my oil paints put into bottles, I'm gonna give a shot to painting some more organic figures using oil paints. I'm thinking probably some Lord of the Rings figures. Something with, like, horses, because it seems ideally suited to that purpose. Do that guy, and this guy, and this guy. I'm using the other end of the brush. Oh, the butt of the brush, if you will. I tend not to pull much out of the pot at any given time, so I usually just use the bristles. Oh, I managed to prime down a little bit of something there. Let me pull that off before I keep going. Really, I think I can do the whole backpack in this color. I don't know why I'm just doing small parts of it. The whole thing should be kind of a metallic color. So I'm gonna stop being so careful. And this will still fit with the Canon paint scheme, because the backpacks weren't red. Give it a few more whirls of the oil painting. Yeah, we're going to give oil painting another try live right here on the channel. I want to do a little bit more prep work before we do it, just so that it's nice and clean for me, because that was my biggest complaint last time, was I made a big mess of things. But I'm pretty sure that was just my fault. Not necessarily the oil paint's fault. But yeah, watching James Wapple and Stila Rebel paint, and Stila's great. She's in Japan, so she's on painting at like 2 a.m. when I'm inevitably awake and doing like 3D sculpting and need something to watch. And she's always encouraging me to try more oil paint, so I think I'm probably going to give in. The melee end of the Hey, Raven Cat, what's up? Good to see you. How are you? How are the Kingdom... Not Kingdom Death. I'm sorry. Somebody else was doing Kingdom Death. You are doing Dark Souls minis. How are those coming along? I'll just splorp some paint on where it doesn't belong there. No big deal. Oils for life. Well, you know, oils for something at any rate. Oil painting is such a... It achieves such incredible effects on minis. I feel like I'm really doing myself a disservice if I don't explore it at least a little bit more before making a call. I need to at least finish one whole mini in oils, and I've been studying how they do it as well, using James Wapple's pre-glaze method, where they'll sort of prime the mini, and then they'll put down their base color, and they'll let it stain the prime job for a while, depending on which paint it is, and then they'll come in with a sponge and kind of wipe it away. And it gives you sort of a nice initial gradient and pre-shade to work with. And I was not doing that last time. I was just throwing down oils and slopping them around, and it is clear to me that there is more technique involved than simply slopping. I mean, don't get me wrong, you want to slop some paint. Just maybe not.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
You gotta glorb a little bit. You're painting minis, you gotta glorb a little bit, or you're never gonna get anywhere. Controlled glorbing. Willful glorbing. this little ball gag that he has in his mouth there. It is one of the most hilarious design features of the Blockhead, the ball gag turret. And let's face it, that's what it is. That's just what it is. The Federation pilots, man, they're into some weird stuff, you know? But in the future, there's fewer things to hold your attention. They're kind of, to get that nerve attenuation syndrome going on, and they have to seek more and more extreme outlets to suit them. And eventually, you're stuffing a ball gag laser in your mouth and going to battle like some kind of fetish star. Who am I to judge? Who are you to listen? Finished up Artorias. Managed to finally print some over the week. Took a mini break with a side project to put something in the Storm Report. I'm looking forward to seeing Raven. Cat, you always have fantastic work. Thought painting was just controlled glorbing. In a way. Pun expected. Really enjoyed using oils. Pun expected, I would love if you would show us some of what you've done with oils if you felt like sharing in the Storm Report. I'm always curious to see what people get up to using these exciting new painting techniques. Oh, there was a little print error on his back side there. Let me see if I can't fix that. Just a little bit of peeling. Happens sometimes. Easy enough to shave off. If you paint a sphere, are you glorbing the orb? Is that like gleaming the cube, but for painters? Hey, what's up, Siestineta Rio? How are you doing today, my friend? Controlled glorbing. Glorbing with a purpose. You know? Bondage robo. I mean, you're not wrong. This is normally where I'd be like, whoa, Roland, that joke is a little edgy, but he's absolutely correct. It's just a statement of what it is. The blockheads they're a little weird. So in the anime, the blockhead has sort of an interesting role. It's much, much larger than the other combat armors. Like a full head taller than the Dougram or the Round Facer or any of the other combat armors that we've seen up to that point in the show. And the idea was that the Round Facer was the standard Federation combat armor because of its mobility and because they were really only fighting people who had access to tanks, crude weapon systems, and the occasional kind of crappy Battletech crab gunner. Battletech being the company that manufactured them. So Soltic came out with the Round Facer as their answer to the crab gunner, and while it was not as heavily armed or armored, it was so much faster that it didn't matter. The crab gunner simply could not keep up with the Round Facer outside of overwhelming it with massive numbers, which just was not the case with the Rebellion. So they started using the Round Facer, and then the Dougram shows up and it starts kicking the crap out of the Round Facer because it is more heavily armored and more maneuverable. Battletech, the company that made the crab gunner, which you might know in Battletech as the Goliath, the big tank on 4 legs, then started marketing their new combat armor, the Blockhead, which is what I'm painting. So there was kind of a fun little subplot in that show about a marketing arms race between 2 large corporations. But Battletech made the Blockhead to just be so much heavier and tougher than the Dougram with heavier weaponry and being more affordable that it should have been able to just overwhelm the Dougram and crush the Resistance. Of course, that didn't work, because the Dougram had so much plot armor, it was stupid. It was just like, yeah, whatever. Whatever, buddy. We'll come up with a way to beat you in a plucky underdog fashion every single time, because that's what the writers say we're gonna do. CGL's a new Kickstarter in the wings for spring. It doesn't surprise me. They made so much money on that last Kickstarter. I wish that they would behave like an actual fucking company. I wish that a lot of companies would behave like an actual fucking company. Do you guys remember the good old days? Do you guys remember back in the day when there'd be a company and they're like, we make minis, and they would like make the product and then they'd be like, hey, please buy this product that we already made. And then you would buy it. Those were the days. Now everything has to be fucking kickstarted. I feel like half the time they don't even deliver. Half is obviously a bit strong, but sometimes they don't, and it's enough to irritate me. I realize that we can't go back in time, you can only go forward, that's kind of how linear time works, but I would like to go back to those days when they used to sell us entire products. Video games too, you would buy a game and it'd be like, hey, this is a game that you can play, as opposed to here's part of a game and we'll get around to fixing it in a year, maybe, if you buy the DLC. Those were the days. You know, that's true, Nanotanks, and that's why I was fine with the first Kickstarter that they did for Battletech. But they made an obscene amount of money off of their last Kickstarter, and I guarantee you they did not spend all of the $5 million or so that they made producing their little Chinese-made PVC fully assembled plastics. They did not. They still have money from that Kickstarter, and the point is that they're supposed to use that money to then continue being a business. But instead, they're gonna double dip and do another fucking Kickstarter, and that, I don't know, I don't like it. I don't like it. I wish they would use the millions of dollars that they made on Kickstarter to act like they're a real company. That would be nice. Fang and Claw, good to see you, man. Could we get a shout out for Fang and Claw Hobbies? How have you been, man? Haven't seen you in a grip. Thank you so much, Riot Sister. Yeah, Hutchback, I'm the same way, and I'm a little more forgiving in the case of Privateer Press doing it with Warcaster, just because it's like, we don't know if people want to buy this product at all. I get that. The Kickstarter can be a good way of gauging, like, hey, we're thinking about making this game, would you buy this game if we made it? And then people respond by going, yes, I would, here's the money. Okay, fine. I understand that, particularly since it's not their primary game. They sink most of their money into supporting and producing, you know, Warmahordes and stuff like that. So, okay. Whatever. But Battletech? It's at this point, it's a proven moneymaker. It's a proven moneymaker because the last Kickstarter they did made $5 million fucking dollars. $5 million! You gonna tell me it cost them $5 million to get, like, about 100 okay-ish sculpts made in PVC plastic in a fucking Chinese factory? It did not cost them $5 million, I can tell. It didn't even cost them $1 million. Maybe it cost them $1 million, but it sure as shit didn't cost $5. So what are they doing with the rest of it? Snorting it? Because they're certainly not putting it into the next Battletech expansion if they're going to be running another fucking Kickstarter. And I encourage people to be wary of Catalyst Game Labs. Look into their history, because what they're doing now is all well and good, and I'm glad that these new minis are coming out, but they have a history of problems with things like, oh, you know, embezzlement. That legitimately fucking happened, and people should not forget that. Shock21 with the resub. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Good to see you, Shock. Yeah, Fang and Claw. That's how they. That's how this latest round of kickstarting of Battletech happened. Was they did a Kickstarter for it. And I would note that Catalyst Game Labs is they're just not a great company. And the reason that they made $5 million on that Kickstarter has nothing to do with, I'll just put it this way, they didn't make $5 million on that Kickstarter because Catalyst Game Labs is Catalyst Game Labs. They made $5 million because Battletech is Battletech. Because we are so abused as fans, because we're so desperate for literally anything, that when a company comes along, even if they're shady, and they go, hey, we're going to make a bunch of new minis, we just throw money at them. We just throw money at them. And I'm not blaming us, I did it too. But we should be wary regardless. So far, it's all gone well. I just wish they'd start acting like a real company and stop double dipping in the Kickstarter pot, that's all. Doing Kickstarter for a game called Centurion, sequel to another game they used to make. Okay, alright to Square. That's fine. I'll stick by what I've said. If it's an unproven property, Kickstarter is a perfectly viable method for them to sort of test bed how popular it's going to be, if it's even worth producing. I better not see, yeah, I say that like I can do it, I better not see, they better not do another Kickstarter, or I'll complain on the internet about them. Yeah, they're real scared of that, right? They're quaking in their little booties over there. They're like, ooh, that Thunderhead, he's gonna say naughty words about us, and then our company's gonna collapse, right? Totally, yeah, absolutely. They don't give a shit what I think. Nor should they, honestly, because they're not getting any more money out of me, so, write me off, CGL. Yeah, as far as I know, the individual who did said embezzlement is gone from the company now. I'm just saying, be aware. They don't have a great track record. And then there was the whole thing with, like, the Shadowrun Kickstarter. Well, they're related, but still. Yeah, Nanotanks, Cool Mini or not is particularly bad with it, and like, me saying I don't like it is not going to get anybody to stop doing it, but the only way that it's going to stop is if people stop dumping hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars into Kickstarters, and we don't seem to have the self-control to do that. In the same way that I say things like, I wish people would stop pre-ordering games. Are they going to? No. Fuck no. It's such a reliable business model that everybody's doing it. People will kickstart your game. People will pre-order your game if you promise enough bullshit, and then there's a solid chance that you can just take their money and run with it. The disappointment of the market only lasts so long. Oh, need a little bit more. Right here. Seen some great STLs on Kickstarter. My problem is all the extra ones that I probably won't use. What if I just want a select few? Yeah, kickstarting, particularly for 3D printing, is in a weird place. There are STL collectors out there, and I know a lot of you probably have this to some degree, where you kickstart a bunch of STLs and they just go into like your archive folder, and you never print any of them because people are producing fucking everything. Oh, you need I just saw one the other day that was like, oh, a bunch of Egyptian-themed buildings, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what the fuck am I ever going to use that for? That would have to be for, like, one specific force in one specific game. You can find everything out there. Finding a place in this market is incredibly difficult to do. And then there's all the, oh, print 96 parts of Clip C and 37 parts of Wall Part B, and I hate those Kickstarters. The insane hyper-modular Kickstarters. Yeah, they don't really, I mean, some of them get supported after the fact, a lot of them just get dropped. I don't know, you guys, maybe I just like to complain about stuff. I mean, you know, I do. I can own that. Kickstarter had a far greater reach than a Game of Armored Combat box set, and they would not have been able to put half as many minis without running. See, that Kickstarter made sense to me, Skexy, because again, at that point, for them, Battletech was an unproven product in their hands. So they ran the Kickstarter, and now everybody knows that CGL's doing Battletech, and it made a shitload of money, and Battletech is growing, and that's awesome. And if they're not doing a Kickstarter for more Battletech, if they're willing to just actually produce some Battletech on their own, that's great. We shall see. Oh, they're not going to, though. You see, that's just what we were saying, though, Gutsy Toad Sage. Cool Mini or not has found out that they can make an assload of money on Kickstarter, so that's what they're going to do forever. They're going to do it until people stop giving them money, which is apparently never. Alright, I need a good red color. Blood red? Maybe? It's a little brown. Blood red has a little bit of brown in it, yeah? I think that's going to be probably a good color to go with. And then I'm going to need a blue-gray for the other parts. And I'm just going to go right to Game Color Extra Opaque Blue-Gray. Yeah, it's a little nuts, Hutchback. You're absolutely correct on that one. But trust me, I don't need extra things to complain about. When I set my heart to bitching about something, it just happens very naturally. It's part of who I am. This is almost too light. Maybe some Tempest Gray to start with. Yeah. Big old box filled with crumpled brown paper and minis and egg roll. But yeah, it's a little nuts. Now, I have some sympathy for Privateer Press, given that for the duration of Warcaster, they basically ran the Kickstarter and then produced the entire mini set in-house. It's why they're in metal. It's why their packaging is a bit janky. Because it's just Privateer Press with all the white metal production that they already had set up, sort of making the best of what they've got, what with COVID going on and all. But the response to the Kickstarter has been generally positive. The response to the game has been generally positive. I'd like to see the game continue to grow, continue to expand, and move into resin and proper packaging. That would be spectacular. I shall thrust another negative sign upon you and make the world a more positive place. I mean, good luck with that, Raven Cat. I truly wish you luck. See, Nanotanks, I'm not saying you're wrong, and I do understand why they do it. I get it. I can appreciate where they're coming from, and that it makes perfect sense for them to do it. But that was not the original intended purpose of Kickstarter. It's just this... I mean, I'm complaining about things that aren't going to change, and I recognize that. Me going, oh, I wish people would do the thing that they're supposed to, like that's never going to change a damn thing. They're going to do what they're doing because a whole new form of marketing has developed around Kickstarter specifically. This is just how companies are pulling in the investments that they need to make new products now, even if it's kind of silly and stupid and pushes a lot of liability off onto the consumer when it shouldn't. It's how it is. And I get that. But I'm going to complain about it. I'm still going to complain about it. You know, we all have our hobbies. That's what we're here for, right? Is to indulge in those hobbies. And one of my hobbies is complaining fruitlessly about the never-ending march of insane marketing and free market capitalism. That's how I get my kicks. Obviously, I know what all major companies should do. That's why I'm so successful. Right? Guys, thank you so much for the reminder, Riot Sister, and to Square. Warcaster is my first foray into tabletop war games. Wow, interesting. Hutchback, I've played a lot of war games in my time. And from my admittedly brief experience with Warcaster, it is a solid rule set that I think that you'll have a lot of fun with. I think it's a good introduction. It's nice and crunchy without being too crazy. Too crazy is what I would define games like War Machine as. That's too crazy for me. That's a bit much. Warcaster is also more terrain friendly, which I love because I intend to make a lot of it. Datron Voltari, it is good to see you, my friend. How are you? Just a new middleman who now doesn't wear any of the risk. Yeah. And that's just it, is that it pushes... That's my real problem with Kickstarter being used by major companies, is that it pushes all the liability off onto the end consumer. There's very little that people can do when they get screwed over by people who start Kickstarters and then don't deliver. And there are some companies that definitely take advantage of that. Now, generally speaking, you would think, well, once they do that once, no one will ever kickstart them again, right? But I direct you to CGL, a company that fucked people over via Kickstarter, and then had a massively successful one later, so obviously it doesn't affect them that much. I liked the old way where companies made products and then came to me and said, hey, I have a product, would you like to buy it? And then I decided whether or not to buy it. I think that there should be more liability on the people making the product. But then I guess I'm just old-fashioned that way. It's not even the groggiest thing I believe. I also like 3025. I think that's probably dumber. Extra supports I forgot to remove in there. Favorite pose for the Wolverine. Oh, I'm glad you like this one, Datron. Yeah, this is the most iconic one that I was able to pick out of the show. Was it just sort of stomping forward with the gun braced across? The other poses I kind of made up based on the classic Battletech mini Wolverine pose and a few other things. Let's try some of this blood red and see how we like it. 3025 is for people who enjoy interesting gameplay. Yeah, and then never having anything fucking updated. 3025, I'll be the first to admit that 3025 needs work, which is why I home rule it so much. But it didn't need the kind of work that they put into the clan invasion. That was not what I had in mind. Ooh, that needs a lot more mixing. Back in my day, we exploded violently when the ammo was hit and we liked it. You're not wrong. I do. I genuinely think ammo explosions are a cool mechanic. I like the notion that literally anytime someone shoots at me in Battletech, there is a combination of die rolls that will result in my just death. Just explosion. Oof. I'll tell you, these Scale 75 paints, when they settle hard into this unpleasant, snotty consistency. Let me look for another color here. Use some Pro Acryl. Might as well, I paid for it, right? Get started with some of this burnt red. Oh yeah, Roland, that's how it is. That's how it is. 30-25 is super limited and all you can do is kick. Okay. Okay. I'd see, yeah, that can happen, Shock 21. I've lost entire mechs because of one single hit that did a through armor double crit and hit my gyro twice or my fusion engine twice. It's something that you gotta take into account. And it's because I don't play Battletech like a competitive war game, because I don't think it is one, fundamentally. It's more of a random bullshit simulator. It's closer to a role-playing game than it is a war game, because it's not tightly balanced. Combat should feel and should be quite dangerous, in my opinion. I think they do a pretty good job at that in 30-25. It's not a perfect rule set by any stretch of the imagination. It definitely needs some updating, but when you get to Clan Invasion, it's like, now all the mechs are just good at everything. Oh, you worried about overheating? Well, don't. We fixed that. Like, yeah, okay. But the nice thing about Battletech is that it has such an a la carte rules system that you can kinda do whatever you want. And if you like it a certain way, you can make it play that way. I do love this Pro Acryl. It mixes so nice. It goes down so smooth. It really is a great paint. I need to get some more of it. I mean, I don't need to. I've got plenty of other paints, but when I do re-up on paints, there's going to be a lot of Pro Acryl. I've been meaning to give Alpha Strike some more love, some more attention. I have been convinced that I was unfair in my judgment of it. It's very difficult to judge a rule system without playing it extensively, and my few experiences with Alpha Strike were somewhat negative, but I realized that that's largely circumstantial, and not necessarily indicative of the quality of the rule set as a whole. I like to mess around in 30-39 sometimes, but 30-25 has always been the best for me. NC Coretto, I'm glad to hear that. Always good to know that I am not alone in my Intro-Tech grognardism. How you doing, Coretto? So, Hutchback, what, this is your first foray into tabletop wargaming. Do you have a history with, miniatures or other tabletop gaming, like role-playing games or anything like that? I'm curious. If you don't mind the question. How you doing, Scud24? How are things? RPGs, board games, just recently got, quote, serious about painting minis. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, at a certain point, you're like, alright, am I just gonna be slapping down paint, or am I gonna, like, try? Am I gonna try to do a good job? You run the risk of failing. But it's all how you think about it. So I don't know how much painting equipment you have or how long you've been doing it, Hutchback, but here's the thing. We just started a program here on this stream that I'm calling Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints, the goal of which is to put a decent brush and some decent paints that other painters may have sort of set aside, because those of us who paint quite a lot, we wind up with a lot of extra stuff. But taking that and sort of amalgamating it into get-started painting kits and sending them out to newbie painters who maybe aren't sure what brands to buy, aren't sure what brushes are good, aren't even sure if they want to keep up with the hobby and don't want to necessarily make the investment, or aren't sure where to invest their initial monies. This is the goal. And I'm curious if you are that fresh to miniature painting, if you might be interested in entering for this, because we're going to be doing a drawing beginning of next month to see where our first kit is going to go out to. It's something that we did first with one of our viewers, Chaotic Harmony, where we sent him some paints that we weren't using and some brushes and some hobby tools and such, and he has been painting all year and getting just better and better and loving it. And it was really a help to him to just sort of stop fighting against what he was using. NC Corretto's that fresh. That's perfect. Guys, I encourage both of you, if you're interested, please go to the Discord. Go to the channel marked Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints, and just post in there that you would be interested in being considered for the drawing. And if you wouldn't mind, give me just a little brief intro, like, hey, I'm such and such. This is what I'm painting. I'm new, and I'd love to, I'd love to be considered for this. And we'll take a look at that, and we'll get you guys entered in. Because, man, I am all about helping new painters get started and figure out what they're doing. Nothing makes me happier than hearing that people watch the stream and then pick up painting again, or get back into it after a long hiatus, or get started after thinking about it for a while. Parable Gaming, welcome in. Yeah, Pro Acrylic paints are like crazy good. They really are. Went from craft paint to a bunch of Pro Acryls that's going well. Okay, yeah, if you got Pro Acryls, then you are probably, if you got Pro Acryl, man, you bought the right paint. It's really good stuff. So far, I have not gone wrong using it, and I don't think you will either. It's what I'm using right now. I love it. Love it, love it. And they don't even sponsor me like they do so many other people. I'm shilling for free. What a sucker. Hey, Steela Rebel. I was just talking about you. I was just talking about you. How are you doing, Steela? Yeah, I'm just doing some quick paint jobs on these sculpts that I did for the Dougram Blockhead combat armor battle mechs. Using one of my old abused brushes to lay down some base coats. Which channel in Discord? So if you go into the Discord, you should be able to find under projects, it should be called Home for Wayward Paints. Did feel a summon drawn from the depths like Godzilla. There's probably a racist joke here about the fact that you're currently in Japan. I'm just gonna let that sit though. I'm not gonna delve into it. Let's just, we all know the joke. We can all do it in our own heads. I don't have to say it. Something, it's Godzilla. You know where this is going. Yeah, or you could sing the song. There you go, Dark Fox. Much as I'd love free stuff, I'm pretty well stocked. Absolutely, Hutchback. Yeah, it sounds like you've got good stuff, too, which is my main concern when people get into mini painting. They're gonna be like, I just bought a bunch of Army Painter, and I'm gonna be like, oh, you poor dear. I mean, Army Painter will work, but I like to direct people in other directions for the most part. I'll tell you, though, the Army Painter shades are quite nice. I like using those. Don't listen to Steela, though. She'll be like, oh, start painting in oils. I mean, I guess you could listen to her. Fine, you can listen to Steela if you want to. But I'm still pretty big into acrylics. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some oils, Steela. I am going to take some of my Windsor and Newton oils, I'm going to pre-mix them with my white spirits into some bottles, and I'm going to try what you do with the sort of pre-glazing and staining method, because I was not doing that before, and after watching you do it a few times, it seems easier than what I was doing. I was doing it wrong. Never. Never! I'll never join you! Wapple told me enough. He told me you killed my father. I've been talking about dividing the stream up into a slightly more organized fashion, and something that we may do is have some streams each month that focus on learning something new. Like have 1 or 2 streams a month that are like, today we're doing oils. Whatever it is I'm painting, I'm doing with oils. And I think that I may start doing that with my more organic and character-based figures. Lord of the Rings, stuff like that. And maybe I'll try some of it on some Warcaster figures. I don't know. We'll pick some stuff. Super handy oils info spreadsheet. Send it over, pun expected. Walter's Workshop. Could we get a couple of shoutings out real quick for Steela Rebel and Walter's Workshop, 2 truly fantastic painters that if you are not already following, I really suggest you give them a follow. You may not be able to catch, depending on your time zone, you may have trouble catching Steela. She's in Japan and she paints very late, usually, for those of us who are in the continental United States. But I'm usually up at like 2 a.m. when she comes on, and I quite enjoy her stream. And then there's Walter's Workshop, who is just the biggest fucking jabroni on all of Twitch. The biggest jabroni. If you want to have your prayers undermined with voodoo, let me tell you what, go give Walter's Workshop a follow, because he will summon up that alligator tooth snakeskin spirit, and he will cast all of the evil spirits out of your haunted pool. It's a very specific reference. It's a very specific reference. Oh, thank you, Riot Sister. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Hand is a little shaky today. There's some tight spots on this mech. Of course I didn't paint. Of course I didn't do the cockpit glass before I started doing the face. Oh well. I never follow my own rules. I'm like, hey guys, always use these rules to make your model painting easier. Now watch me just not do any of them. That's okay. That's what cleanup is for. How you been, Walter? I've been kind of offline for the last week or so. I headed up into the mountains with Hethrir and played some games. So I'm kind of behind the times on what's going on in the Twitchverse. leave those edges of the visor until I paint the cockpit glass. Not too shabby than missing your Oh, if only I did soliloquies. I don't think you could describe much of what I do as an actual soliloquy. Oh, that this too sullied flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh, God. To suffer the slings and arrows. Oh, that's a completely different soliloquy. God, I can't even remember my fucking Shakespeare. What's wrong with me? I am uncultured swine. Little void blue. Brain is still on vacation. My brain is still lost in Warcaster at the moment. I've just been thinking about what I want to do with it. And I got to get it back onto a Battletech footing so I can finish these file packs that are supposed to be releasing before the end of the month. I have long periods that go by where I'm like, I don't feel like designing anything, and then suddenly all at once I'm like, I feel like designing everything. This is one of those spend all day in my modeling program times. So, Parable Gaming, those minis that I had posted, those minis belong to Lord Hethrir here in chat. I ordered my own Warcaster minis. They are going to be coming on Thursday, I believe was the last tracking update that I had. So I've got my minis coming Thursday, and I'm going to start assembling and painting them this weekend, and I'm likely to be doing some of that right here on the stream, and then posting them to Instagram and elsewhere. The only thing that I have right now that qualifies as a Warcaster mini are things that I have designed and printed myself, kind of getting ready for that, which would be these two void gates. I've got more printing right now because I redid the Eternus Continuum void gates, but I have the Marcher Worlds and the Iron Star Alliance void gates that have successfully printed and I think look pretty decent. It's the most organic work that I've done in my current 3D modeling program, and then I've got some bases that are also printing right now, so I'll definitely have more. Yeah, Dabber Raccoon, but I forgot. How does that go? Or that the Everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh God. I'm missing a connecting phrase in there to get to the rest of that soliloquy. I used to know it. And it's bugging the shit out of me now. I'm gonna have to look it up. And I went right into, to be or not to be, that is the question, whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of most outrageous force, or to take up arms against a sea of troubles, etc., etc. Paid or free
when
STLs.
Watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
It's fun for me to torment you like that. As far as free or paid STLs, the answer is both. That's usually how I do things with STLs. I tend to have a set of free files that are simpler or more common game aids, and then I will inevitably have some files that are a little bit more premium that are available for sale, though still at a very reasonable price. And the reason that I do this is, well, because, you know, I like to give things away, but I also like to be able to justify the amount of time that I spend doing 3D modeling. And I put a lot of effort into my files, and I figure that once you get a taste of the free stuff, you're probably going to want some of what I'm doing for premium. But if you're not interested in buying, I'm still going to be producing some things that are going to be on Thingiverse and available through Steel Warrior, both for Battletech and for Warcaster. I know, Alaric, I know. How are you, by the way? Officially playing in the Calrissian Cup? No shit! Alaric Kerensky, did we get a shout out? We did get a shout out, right, sister? Thanks so much for that. Guys, go watch Alaric Kerensky play some Star Wars Squadrons. This dude is the Baron reincarnate. I swear to God. And yeah, we need to... Alaric, man, got so much on my plate right now. I'm sorry, man. And I just keep adding more stuff. Eventually, I will grasp the concept of time management, but that is apparently not this day. Ah, the crack dealer approach. Plankwalker, that's, not the most flattering way to put it, but I'm not gonna say that you're totally inaccurate either. Yeah, the first taste is always free, buddy. The first taste is always free. I do try to provide enough files for free that people... Like essential game aids and things like that, and things based on official art, I'll provide for free. Because I want you to be able to play with what there is for free. And what I sell is usually just quality of life stuff. And like, if you want something really, really special that I put a lot of effort into it, then I'll usually charge you a few bucks. Yeah, that base color's looking nice. Datron Voltari with the re-sub. Also one from Shock21. I think I might have missed that, Shock, or did I say something? I don't remember. I don't remember because my brain is mush. Missed the re-up. Oh, that's no problem, Datron. Thank you so, so much for all of your support. I really appreciate it, man. Oh, yeah, I made them. Yeah, VR workouts. These are, I had not played... I'm going to show them one more time because I really am very happy with them. I had not played Warcaster at all. I hadn't even looked at it until just this last long weekend when I was hanging out with Lord Hethrir, one of the guys here in chat, up in the mountains playing some games, and he had me play some Warcaster. And it took me about 2 days to decide that I was going to get the game, and I ordered stuff, and then I got home, and the first day that I was home, I made these 3. I say 3, the third one is on the print plate now, finishing off the Eternus Continuum styled ones. But yeah, I just came home and I whipped these up almost immediately. If you like the look of these, all I can say without sounding too fucking corny is just, you know, stay tuned, because I'm going to be doing a lot more printable assets for use with War Machine, including resin bases. You see, I do bases with washer weights in the bottom because I like to use magnetic sheets to stick my minis down to, and also with metal minis in particular, this little bit of extra weight is really, really nice. Hethrir, you said you just got an Elegoo Mars, right? If you got an Elegoo Mars, I'll tell you, these files are going to be in your inbox in no time, and you'll be able to print up just as many of these ISA gates as you want. They're good and stable, too. If you look at them, like, these will balance even before you glue them down. The weight is well distributed. They've got a good, solid stock connecting them. Like, this is pretty strong once it's cured. And I went with the 3 connection points on each of these floating pieces because these are, again, fairly strong. I got one that I wouldn't mind breaking. Here is a cured one from before I adjusted the size. And so once you, Walter's Workshop, wiener jokes. This is absolutely why I keep you around, Walter. Absolutely. But, okay, so I connected each of these to the central portion with 3 of these little lightning bolts, largely for structural reasons, so that you wouldn't need to worry too much about these snapping off. But I'll just go ahead and demonstrate. These 3 connection points are, I mean, pretty strong. You've really kind of got to put some work into breaking these off. You're not just gonna whack them with your hand and snap them off and have to do a new one. You've really got to try. They're not indestructible, but they're good and solid. This one isn't even all the way cured. Like, this is softer than the resin normally is, but the overall cross-section of connection points is pretty great. And then there's just kind of an electro ball. How about that? Do the Warcaster faction playstyles map to any Warmahordes factions? I don't know that much about the Warmahordes factions, Roland, but I'm under the understanding that there are certain connections. I think there's a thematic connection between Crix and the Eternus Continuum. I think there's a broad thematic connection between the Iron Star Alliance and, like, Sigmar. I don't know about the Marcher Worlds. I'm not sure what faction I would liken them to. And see, that's what I mean, Hethrier. Like, they're not one-to-one identical because the game is very different. It's just sort of broadly, they share a similar aesthetic, a similar feel, but they're still pretty unique. But yeah, I would ask somebody who knows more about Warmahordes, honestly, because I don't know shit. Is it okay to drop links? So Ravencat, you can drop links, and I think that we've made it so that you can drop links. Is it if you're a subscriber? I don't know if I set that up. I generally will not look at them while I am streaming. But if you ask permission and you just like to drop a link for something for people in chat, then I believe that moderator can approve it. No, it is a completely separate game, Plankwalker. If you have VR using Medium to sculpt, make model, the print is an easy way to make models fast. Use that, then ZBrush has a great workflow. So VR workouts, I've done a little bit of that. And I've done a little bit of sculpting in VR. I'm used to doing it a different way. I would like to integrate it more, but I'm not quite used to sculpting in VR yet. Now that I'm doing more organic shapes, I would like to do some more with it because I do think it's great for that sort of thing. It's not as good for a lot of what I've been doing because a lot of what I've done for Battletech has been very mechanical and needed very, very precise dimensions, and the parametric modeling of CAD programs has really been what I've used for that. But yeah, for more organic shapes and for Warcaster stuff, I'm probably going to be doing more of that. I use Fusion 360, a little bit of Blender, I use some ZBrush, I use Nomad Sculpt and Forger on the iPad Pro. I use kind of a little bit of everything depending on what I'm doing. I'm trying to broaden my horizons and get better at it. But I'm pretty much entirely self-taught, so, you know, I make it up as I go. Riot Quest models can be used in War Machine, though. Yes. That is my understanding as well. But yeah, Warcaster is entirely unique, and the gameplay style is very different. Hey, Gear Falcon, good to see you, man. It's actually warm today. It's not going to be warm tomorrow. Apparently we're getting snow tomorrow. But today has been very pleasant. One of the first days we've been able to crack open the windows and get a little cross breeze going in months. And Steeler Rebel, what you see printing there is one of these. These are level 3 hex-compatible storage tanks for an industrial fluid works set being done for Battletech, and like everything else that I make, they correspond to hexes and they fully support. What are you doing, camera? What are you doing? Why are you having... This is a new behavior that I don't like, but they fully support hexes for easy gameplay. And they also lock into the new magnetic pipeline system using these little ports on the ends. That's why I say I do a lot of stuff in CAD and like Fusion, because a lot of what I make is very mechanical in nature. What if I told you I'm one of the weakest guys on my team for squadrons? I don't believe you. I mean, I guess I believe you, Alaric. I think that you're more qualified to judge that than I am. But after the shit that I've seen you do, dude, I'm like... I don't know what to do with that information. If there are people out there that much better than you, then I've never stood a chance in my life. These are people that I don't even want to beat them. If I was playing the same game as them, I would not want to win. I would just want them to please leave me alone and stop hurting me. That's not the blue I want to use. Where is the blue that I want to use? What am I doing wrong? Not Deep Ocean. I guess Void Blue, right? Twilight Blue? No, that's kind of light. What am I doing wrong? I'll just use this. I'll use my Void Blue. Try going ahead and posting that dar link. Yeah, you should just be able to post. I think that I meant to set it up so that mods could approve, but I think that last time we did that, it was such a pain in the ass that it's just like, yeah, you can post links, and if it's a pain in the ass, then the mods will remove it. Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for being here today. Always a pleasure to see you, my friend. Yeah, honestly though, let's play some Endless Space 2, Alaric. I'm totally into that idea. I need to pick your brain, Steal a Rebel. I have some questions about what brushes you use and your general thought process in approaching a mini. I've watched you do it a few times, but I'd like some more detail on what you're thinking while you do it. Thick Mike popping by to say welcome back and do a little bit of lurking. Thick Mike, it's good to see you. For those of you who don't know, formerly known as Steiner Miniatures, the artist formerly known as Steiner Miniatures is now known as Thick Mike. So if you are not already following him and you enjoy watching mini painting here on stream, go give that man a follow. Follows are free, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to remind you that the worst case scenario, if you go follow him right now, is you go into his next stream and you go, I don't like this, and then you unfollow him. That's the worst thing that can happen to you. So go give him a follow, because that's not what's gonna happen. I will, you know what, I'm probably gonna ping you on Instagram, Steal a Rebel, because we've got a nice little thread, conversation thread going on there. Chaotic Harmony, my god. Chaotic, how you doing, man? Always good to see you. Ark Plays Games on that 2-month streak. Ark, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Honestly, you guys, the subscribing is never expected. I'd be here and I'd be doing this whether you subbed or not, but it really does make it much easier for me to make the stream better. I've got some things that I'm planning to do this year to make the stream even better, and the more that comes in from subs and donos, the more possible that becomes. I really do want to get my game room rigged up so that we can do some, like, you guys versus me playing some Battletech, because Battletech's the kind of game where you can be like, you know, change facing right 2 ticks and then march forward 5. It would really work well as kind of a playing over Twitch system, and I'd like to do some of that. I need a few more cameras before I can, but I've mostly got the rig together for it. I just need to do... I need spring to come so I can go out into my game room and actually do some renovations out there. Finally assembling your crisis suit... Is my camera doing that for everybody else? Is it stuttering? Because that's happening on my end, and that's irritating me. I really need to get on top of my capture card situation. Because that's a new behavior, and I'm not a fan of it. What about playing other games too? Yeah, Kursala, I would very much like to play. I would very much like to play some other games. We'll have to try a few things and see what makes the most sense, what works the best over the stream. Because some of them have so many options that it can be very difficult for you to describe what you'd like your move to be, unless you sort of describe your intent and then rely on me to do my best judgment. But then, you know, if you're worried that I'm going to cheat while playing on stream, you probably shouldn't be participating anyway. If your thought is that I am going to cheat, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That seems like I'd be defeating myself at that point. What the hell's the point? I will use my best judgment. Maybe your premise is that my best judgment is shite, and that I can't really argue as much with. That's probably just true. How are you, Chaotic? How are things, man? I'm gonna make you guys play, like, battle lore with me and shit. Command and Colors? Anything hex-based or board games works kind of just fine, because you can just be like, go to this space. But yeah, definitely gonna do some classic Battletech. So is this a Griffin proxy? Alaric, get the fuck... Somebody ban Alaric Kerensky. With prejudice. Ban him and then go to his stream and just, like, shit up the joint. Break stuff and, like, drop a poop. Right where he sits. Griffin proxy. What are you doing? What is this? You play MechWarrior Online. You know better than that. Griffin proxy. That's some next level trolling, Alaric. I'll give you that, man. That got me for a second. That made me do a little. Oh! Know what happened the last time? Okay, yeah, that's probably safe. Don't actually ban anybody, Cat. Don't do any pretend banning. We've had bad experiences with that. That's true. I'll accept Wolverine or Blockhead. Just saw a spot that I'd missed, and now I'm not sure where it is. Here we go. Got the round head and the block facer. You know, they're solid descriptions for either one. For either one, really. There it goes again. This is a new behavior, and I'm not digging it. I've confirmed that it's not my cable messing up. And I haven't really been able to get much out of Elgato as far as my issues with the cam link. I think I'm just gonna have to get an actual capture card and stop being such a low-rent bastard. I've got an extra PCIe slot, it's not like I can't support it. There it goes again. It's happening way too often. This has never happened before. Which is concerning when things like this change. I'm wondering what I did differently. I don't think I did anything. And it's definitely between the camera and the PC, because it's not reporting anything on OBS. I apologize for the technical difficulties. The streamer is unfortunately incompetent. To paint a blockhead up like Charlie Brown. Ooh, Roland, that's a bad joke that actually would be pretty funny if I'm being honest. What did you see, Roland? Feel like that, like it just snapped in. Yeah, like it's happening more. It's not my camera that's doing it, because the camera feed up here that I have doesn't have the same stutter effect. I'm kind of keeping my eyes on both right now. Waiting for it to do it again. Yeah, see, like it just happened there, did not happen up here. So it's at the PC. And I wish I knew what was causing it. I'm gonna... What did I do? I updated Windows. That always breaks something, right? I'll futz with it and see what I can't fix by next time, guys. I apologize. Oh, yeah. I saw a Come and Get You for that one. I am too, but I blame it on the earthquakes. Yeah, see, at least you've got good excuses, Steela. I can't blame shit on what's going on in Fukushima. I'm way too far away. And yes, Shock21, I agree. This is a very nice red. This is, again, this is Pro Acryl. They make very, very nice acrylic paints. Possible driver issue. Yeah, I'm gonna do the usual checks arc after this stream. I'm gonna go in, check all my drivers, check the CamLink driver, maybe do a reinstall of it, do some test recordings, make sure that it's not OBS doing it, because OBS updated too. You know? Oils are just too heavy. Oh yeah, because it knocked over all the acrylics, but not the oils. Oils holding the line. Riot Sister, you have a great meal. All camera... Okay, see, that's the thing. I've got my reference art here covering my other cameras. So are you saying that when the camera lags like that, when it stutters, the other cameras are doing it too? Because I can't see that. If that is true, that helps me narrow it down. That tells me that it might actually be OBS fucking up. It is. Okay. So then that is probably not my CamLink 4K. That has got to be something else. That is actually very useful information, guys. Thank you for that. It's, what is it called? I'll send you a link, Steela. Do me a favor. And Steela, why aren't you on Discord? Everybody else is on Discord. You're not on Discord. Why not? Why do you hate us? If you were on Discord, you could share things in the Storm Report, and you could easily message me in a place that I will absolutely get it every single time. Steela. Come on. Get Discord and send me a message, and I will reply to you with exactly the arm that I have it mounted on. Oh, Hamburg, thank you. I was starting to slouch there a bit. Yeah, it's an issue at OBS. It's a software issue. At the very least. And it's probably not Logitech, because Logitech's drivers are only driving some of these cameras and not the other ones. But it may be a problem with OBS. I need to start investigating a shift to OBS Live anyway, so I'm going to try a different OBS and just do a recording and see if it does it. Because I don't want camera stuttering. Should be something I can get reasonably fixed by Thursday. Maybe, I don't know. We'll find out. Oops. Why aren't you on Discord, Steela? I don't have an answer. So my audio isn't stuttering, is it? It's just the video? Have you assembled an Ender 5? I have not. I have not, Amish Stig. That is, I want an Ender 5, but I do not have one, nor have I built one. I heard that you were getting one, and I'm waiting for you to give me a review of it, because I'm very curious what your experience is with the Ender 5. Did you get an Ender 5 Plus? Audio smooth, but that's not. Steela Rebel, you are now on Discord. That is fan-fucking-tastic. Dude! send me a message, ping me, add me as a friend on there, and yeah, I'll fire back a link to this camera arm that I'm using. It took me a while to find a camera angle that I liked, that was unobtrusive, that didn't like interrupt my painting or get in my face, and still provided a good viewpoint. But yeah, this little clampy arm that I've got is pretty great for that. This is an awkward angle getting inside the knee joint here. Let's just waggle around in there. Yeah, we'll get it worked out, Ark. Just bear with me for today, and I'll see what I can't figure out by the time we come back Thursday. Something changed software-wise while I was gone. I turned my PC completely off. I did a bunch of Windows updates, and then I let it sit for a few days. And it did a couple more updates as soon as I turned it back on. OBS updated. I'm going to check my graphics drivers. I'm going to check my Camlink driver. I'm going to check my Logitech drivers. And then I'm going to play with OBS for a few minutes and see if I can't replicate the stutter, because it is bothering me. Ooh, I'm friends with Steel Rebel on Discord, you guys. Aren't you jealous? You should be, because she's pretty cool. Oh, now I remember what I wanted that coal black for. Let me fix that. Oh, that's for the filament sensor. Okay, yeah, that's something I don't have on... Well, you know, I do have that on my Sunlu S8, but I haven't rewired that one yet. God, I've got too much shit to do, you guys. Too much shit to do. Too many printers to maintain. Ah, woe is me. Woe is me. In OBS, can you stop camera feeds one at a time and then add them back? I can, Manrofasol. I don't want to stop and do troubleshooting right now since the stutter is not so bad that it hasn't brought the stream to a halt yet, and I'd rather it not do that. I'm gonna try doing some recording in the off hours and see what I can't figure out, and then yeah, maybe turn things off one at a time and see what's causing it. Maybe it's one of my Logitech cameras causing it. I don't know. Not too bad, still watchable. That's exactly the praise I was hoping for. I should put that on my homepage. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio. Not too bad, still watchable, says Steela Rebel. Come from the land of Thick Mike. He requests your godly, sexy voice in his Discord after you finish streaming. Well, that's gonna cost him. That's gonna cost him. We're talking $2.99 a minute, at least. I usually do a little recovery ritual after I'm done streaming, so I'm gonna do that right afterwards. But yeah, if he's going late, I'll certainly pop in, Sheza. All about that thickness, you know me. All about that thickness. Been an ass man since the day I was born. Wait, what are we talking about? 2 words, Steel a Rebel. Shower, beer. I'm not even joking. That's absolutely a big part of it. So, you know, in your case, maybe like shower sake. How was that plum sake you were having the other night, by the way? You said something about it. It sounded delicious. Shower beer is the fucking best. No, I have dinner afterwards, usually. I'll pop down a snack, like, as soon as the stream is over, and it's usually one of those, like, sea salt with dark chocolate nut bars that I buy in huge boxes at Costco. But the shower beer is a must. Shower nog or schnog. None of these things sound good for. What are you talking about? Fuck you talking about? First of all, oh wait, you're American. I was about to. Why do I keep thinking you're Canadian, Verg? It's because I associate you with Steel Warrior and Alex, and he's just Canadian as all fuck. He's like Captain Canada. I call him up on voice, and he's like, "Hey, what's up, you hoser?" I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. I was gonna say, only Americans drink the nog, bro. Really getting frustrated by the stutter. I'm gonna put some time into fixing this. I do apologize for this tonight, guys. Hey, what's up, got a myth? Yeah, it's something's wrong on my end, and I'm not sure what it is. I gotta put in some troubleshooting to figure it out. Best I can figure, it's some drivers I need to update, or maybe a problem with OBS I need to work out. Because it's all the cameras doing it, not just one. You know what I might do? Hang on. I'm gonna try just resetting my main camera, because that has had an effect on some funny things in the past, even messing up my audio. I'm gonna try resetting it and see if it still goes. If it still does the stutter. If it doesn't, we'll have figured something out, and if it does, it'll be a waste of time, but whatever. Like, I don't waste time anyway. Just learned that you can never take time off. Yeah, my time off just turned into coming up with more ideas for work. If I don't have a shower beer koozie, I need to get one. I don't. Apparently I need to get one. Alright, hang on a second. I'm gonna reset my camera and see if that changes anything about what's going on here. Alara Kerensky has to do some practice for his big boy important job of flying TIE fighters. Really though, that's fucking cool, man. Go get your practice in. Whoop the shit out of those top players. I'll be right back. By the way, Stila, I'm totally going to tell people that you mix delicious plum sake with cheap beer. I'm going to post it in every Discord that I can, because that's horrific. Okay. Yeah. So I did learn something, and that is that stutter is all of OBS that's stuttering. The entirety of Streamlabs OBS is stuttering when that happens. And now it's feeding me some bullshit about its connection. So I'm having an OBS problem. But that's good that we've narrowed it down to that at the very least. That's weird. I'm not a fan of this. It's really bothering me. I'm gonna keep going, but seems like it's happening more often now. Ah, guys. Hang on. Check my system resources. Memory use is what the why is Windows Photo using like over 10% of my memory? That's weird. Let's turn that off. CPU use is real low. Memory's below 40% now. A lot of that is Streamlabs. Chrome is using some, but not a lot. Could it have been Windows Photos that would... No, because if it stutters again, like it's going to any second. That was weird, though. Why would Photos be using a bunch of memory? If that turns out to be it, I'm gonna feel so fucking stupid. Got my Trinity City starter, the original starter, none of the new buildings, primed. Roads are primed black, buildings are gray, trying to figure out how to start. Never painted terrain before. Are there any tips, tricks on painting pavement? Do I even need to put on any paint on the roads, or can I leave a black primer as is? So for doing pavement and roads, something I like to do, God of Myth, is use sponges. Because sponging can give you a really nice kind of dappled texture that looks a lot like concrete or asphalt. So what I will often do is paint it a dark color and then come in with a sponge and do a couple of lighter grays working up to my highest highlight and just with the sponge. And when I say sponge, I mean like has it stuttered since I've done that? I don't want to say anything because it's going to start doing it, but I'm going to feel real stupid if it was stuttering because I had Windows Photos open. That's stupid as hell. I pick up these, sponges, big makeup, dry brush, something like this is really good for that sort of thing. This is an ELF blending brush, the ultimate blending brush, if you will. I think this was like $10. This is fantastic for doing large-scale terrain. And then I'll get these little chip brushes. Was it Photos? Was it because I had Windows Photos open? That's idiotic. That's really dumb. Yeah, Windows. Way to go, Windows. But I'll get these little foam chip brushes, and sometimes what I'll do is I'll tear the point off it to give myself a little flat right here, and then come in and kind of sponge and stipple. I'm gonna need to be painting some terrain, some Trinity City here in the future. Maybe we'll do like a Trinity City painting stream. That might be good. Yeah, it's like I fucking fixed it by closing Photos, and that's really dumb. Like, I'm a little irritated that that was apparently what it was. Such is my life, apparently. Like, I'm glad it's not doing it, but how? How? You know, God of Myth, you're describing something that I know I need to do. Just simple paint tutorials. I need a producer. I need somebody who's like, alright, Thunderhead, today we're recording this video, so sit your ass down and do this, and then I'll put the video together and post it. I need that guy, but I think that guy costs money. Because I just kind of like, I'm a very disorganized worker. I work on like whatever I'm in the mood to work on at any given time. And my mood never seems to shift around to recording YouTube content. And it's something that Wandering XP wants me to work on too. He's promised to help me remember to do that somewhat. We'll see how that goes. Thank you, Kursala. Definitely applied my base colors in the wrong order here, but whatever. A little bit of cleanup and it'll be right as rain. Sure, you could find some volunteers to boss you around. Yeah, but if people are just like being bossy, I'll just stop listening to them too. I'm a fickle. I have a very fickle work ethic. And most of the time I just want to sit in a quiet room and do like 3D modeling and shit. But I am trying to get better at producing YouTube content this year. I just need to work out a schedule that I can stick to, I think. Produce like one video a month or something. That should be doable, right? In fact, you know what, guys? Why don't we do that? Why don't we make that the goal? One video a month. It doesn't even have to be a good one. Let's just do one video a month, right? I'll post some progress and some details on Discord, and maybe people can keep me to that. You know what? I'll fuck it. Fuck, son of a god mother.
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeah!
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll fucking commit to making a video in March. How about that? No promises what the video is going to be on. I'll make a video just so that I've done something. And we'll see if we can't keep up one video a month. And if I do that, then by the end of the year I should have produced, you know, roughly 10 videos, right? That's better than the random mishmash of fucking VODs that I have right now. Fine. Fine, I say. Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Call us back in April. Datron? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not promising it's gonna be more than just a 5-minute video of me going, look, motherfuckers, I made a video. Ha! It's gonna be the whole thing. I'm gonna do it, though. How you doing today, Gus Schultz? It's good to see you, man. Thunder video. There we go. Now, the good news is that I do have a guy for the editing part of things. So if I can record the content, I have a guy who I can send the raw video to and get something worthy of uploading to YouTube. So that part's already taken care of for me. It's going to cost me a few bucks, but I don't mind. It's the recording part that I need to actually make myself do. Thunderhead lied as naturally as he breathed. God damn it, Catech Harmony, stop narrating me. Didn't you freeze the death last week? You were supposed to. If you didn't, I need to... I got some people I gotta call. George Soros is not keeping up his end of the fucking deal. Iberben Clip Compilation Volume 1. He clips enough. We really could genuinely do that. There's my burnt red. There it is. Let's have a little bit more. Simps for Chris. That's what we need. We need a faction of simps. I don't have enough. I'm gonna do some late night Thunderhead After Dark streams. It's just me in a dark room, you know, showing off my cleavage and making little heart signs at the camera when people come in and drop subs. Where the hell do you even come from, Iberben? Did someone just summon you? He shouted at Chaotic Harmony in frustration. No, we're not, no. This is not a thing. We're not doing this. We're not narrating Thunderhead. Though if I was going to be narrated, if it had to be anybody, it should probably be a combination of Walter's Workshop and Chaotic Harmony. I guess I'm okay with that. You just described professional level of Twitch streaming. Yes. I'm not quite at that level, Steela. I'm not gonna read it, Walter. I'm not going to encourage you. Bad Walter's Workshop. Watch your stream back all the way and then narrate it. That would be solid YouTube content right there. Just Chaotic Harmony narrating other people's streams. Mystery Thunderhead Studio 3000. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do with you? The General You. The Royal You. Promise is a promise. You're not gonna like Late Night Thunderhead. It's gonna be weird. And I'm gonna get all entitled and start being like, guys, if you can afford a cup of coffee, you can afford to subscribe. What's wrong with you? Don't you know that this is my life? Oh my god. Like, I work so hard to look good for you, and just like you just want to get free stuff. Like you don't even know. I think I just lost like 20 followers just right there. Oh, I left a couple connection points on this bad boy. Thunderhead up all night. I do not have the perkiness for that particular job, Rodan. Holy shit, Ryan Iron Wolf, thank you so much for the resubscription. How you doing, Ryan? How are things? Yeah, God, I really, like, guys, I don't want to... I don't want to alienate anybody, but I just have to say that anytime I see someone streaming, like streaming games, and they put in their fucking channel description, like, oh, and I'm a veteran. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? What the hell does that have to do with the fact that you're streaming games? You just think that because, like, what, other veterans are gonna come in? Are you hoping people are gonna come in and, like, thank you for your fucking service or something? We're on Twitch, man. Get a fucking clue. Caddick knows who I'm bitching about. Don't. Give me more money. Yeah, see, Steela gets it. Steela knows exactly what they're actually saying is, money me, money now. Me a money needing a lot now. It's like the fucking assholes that back in the day when I was still in, like, we'd all be flying out for the holidays, and there's always that one son of a bitch who puts on their uniform at the airport and then sort of, like, stands there conspicuously hoping that a flight attendant will upgrade them to first class. And it's like, come on, man. What are you doing? Put on your civvies like everybody else and act like a fucking human being. But I haven't had to deal with that shit for a long time. Veteran streamer, not military. No, in this particular case, I'm talking about people. The individual that Chaotic Harmony knows I'm whining about likes to put USMC veteran in his stream description, and it's in no way relevant to what he's doing. It's just a cry for attention, and kind of a gauche one, if you're asking me. But then you guys know me, I'll complain about fucking anything. God damn it, Iberben. I'll give you one thing, Iberben. When people come into my channel, they see I have a lot of clips, and I feel like that makes them think maybe I'm better than I actually am. So in a way, you're doing me a favor. In a way. Ooh, that paint is too thick. That is not thinned adequately. I'm being quite sloppy. I am being quite sloppy today. I remember when you were complaining about hats. Wait, I did? Hold up. When did I complain about hats for Gadarung, and what did I say? Please remind me. I'm not saying that I didn't do it. I'm just saying I don't remember it. I'm a feature, not a bug. Iberben, dude. As shit calms down, I'm coming down to see you, man. I'm coming down to see you here at some point. I miss you guys. I did say that, and then I just sort of carried on with what I was already doing. I've determined not to think too much about it, Shock21. I'm just gonna put paint on these damn models and get them looking halfway decent. Where I'm not winning any competitions today. I'm not winning any competitions ever because I don't enter them. Bernards do not lose competitions. We win them, or we quit because they were unfair. You complained about your head size, now you can't. Okay, well, no, hold on. That's a legitimate complaint, okay? That is a legitimate complaint because I have a gigantic noggin and I can't wear hats without looking like a fucking bobblehead. So fuck hats. In fact, yeah, now I remember. Guys, we're starting a crusade against hats. A new initiative, Thunderhead's War on Hats. Join now on the Discord. I will not rest until everyone's head is bare. Except I will rest, because I rest quite a lot. I like my sleep. Oh, I missed a spot. The beret. Yeah, okay, it's fair to complain about the beret, because the beret is, you know, fucking stupid. And they've gone back to PCs, but when I was in the army, they made us wear those damn berets. And all it really got us was ridiculed by the older members of the military, who were like, yeah, I remember when you had to, like, do something to earn the right to wear that stupid hat. You guys just put them on because you graduate basic. And I'm over here like, yeah, man, I agree with you. I still have to wear it. Yeah, I remember last stream I was in of yours, Steal a Rebel, you, you know, as an American, you know, you're so embroiled in a culture, in a way of life, in a method of government, you really just don't think that much about what it's like for other people in different ones. But I remember you were talking about not really understanding how the federal government and state governments interact. You and James Wapple were talking about that, and I was kind of struck by that. Like, you know, I hadn't really thought about it, but I guess it is fairly unique, isn't it? Middle of summer with a wool hat on. It was rough. Cooking the old brain. Thunderhead whined pitifully. Ooh, Shock 21. Oh, baby. Please stop saying clippable things. Oh, God. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, Iberben. I am not the one who is doing this. It is you. Could I be out of touch? No. It is the chatters who are wrong. Thunder hats. That is the one thing we will never have is branded hats. Because none of them will fit me, and damn it, if I can't wear it, I'm not gonna sell it. You hear that, Mom? It's all your fault for giving me this giant head.
But I fucking like hats. Oh, my name's Thick Mike, and I like to wear hats. Oh, I paint minis like they're going to raves. Oh, Thicky Mike, mwah, mwah, mwah.
I'm not even making fun of him. That's legitimately what his stream sounds like. If you go in there, like you'll be like, that's uncanny. That's I think he said exactly that the other day. I'm not saying I agree with it. You know? Eventually, he's gonna get, like, genuinely pissed off at me. Eventually, it's gonna happen. And I don't know what comment it's gonna be, but I'm pretty sure I will deserve it when it happens. Fucking blow me. That's, I mean, yeah, that's fair. After the shit that just came out of my mouth, that's fair, Mike. How you doing, by the way, man? Are you streaming right now? Are you streaming and watching somebody else's stream? You have infinitely more concentration than I do, if that's the case. What am I ignoring? Technically, you're not the one selling them or making... Okay, fair enough. I will not endorse the sale of hats with my logo on them, because I am, as we have described, I am at war with hats. The Hat Nation will burn. Needs a fez, the hat for the large-headed individual. Is that what fezzes are for? I thought they were for, like, monkeys. and, I don't know, Moroccan pimps or something. What if it's a mirrored logo? You know, bootlegs. Knockoff Thunderhead shit. You know, oh, it's a Blunder Thud hat. It doesn't count. The logo has like a bee in it. Men without hats, or as they're known today, men without jobs. Opinion on Stetsons? No. It's hard to have an opinion on something that I cannot wear and take myself seriously. So my opinion is simply no. The Fez, for when the Doctor Who convention's at 6, but you have to genocide the Armenians at 8. How? Both bizarrely specific and strangely accurate. Depends on where you are. Fez either denote pro-government support, anti-government support, or a fondness for tiny cars in parades. I mean, I love all of those things. It could be a hat for Thunderhead Studio, but everyone else, it's a Halloween candy bucket. Ah, Rio. How's Titan Ball coming, by the way? I was loving the look of that piece of art. Reminded of the Calvin and Hobbes strip about obtaining the beanie with the helicopter blades. Oh yeah, he needed all the proofs of purchase from the chocolate frosted sugar bombs boxes, and he was obsessed, and he imagined how amazing the beanie was going to be with the propeller, how he was gonna turn it on and he was gonna fly away with it, and he was gonna have all these adventures, and then he got it, and he put it on, and he broke it. That was the first thing he did, is he gets it, and he goes to put it on, and he breaks it, and he just flips out like it's the worst thing that's ever happened in his entire fucking life. And his dad fixes it for him. And then he finally has the chance, the culmination of his dreams. He puts it on, and he turns it on, and it's just this stupid little spinning propeller on top of a hat. And he's bored with it within 30 seconds. There are some profound life lessons in Calvin and Hobbes, guys. Profound life lessons. Attack on Titanfall. What's the kind of hat that Gilligan wears in Gilligan's Island? That's one of the few hats that look decent on my head. That wasn't a boonie hat. That was one of those dog bowls that they wear in the Navy, just with the brim flipped down. Well, that's because you are a lady of culture, Steela. You know, you like your Calvin and Hobbes, you like your plum sake with cheap beer in it. Hey, what's up, Machine God? How you doing? Ender 5 report, BL Touch is amazing but ridiculously time-consuming. The jerk who's running it, messing with the manual knobs, trying to get it closer to level, and repeating rather than just letting it adjust as it prints. I've never used the BL Touch. I know a lot of people who have, but I personally have not. Did we get a shout out? Did we get a shout out for Machine God yet? If we haven't, could we pretty please one of the few other painters here on Twitch who you are going to see working on Battletech a lot of the time, a hell of a lot more of the time than I am. So if you are into watching mechs getting painted, you want to be following Machine God. Also, he's a pretty cool dude. You know? He's a pretty cool guy. Comes pre-installed. Well, that's something. I think it's just called a bucket hat. Yeah, possibly. I always think of it as the dog bowl, because when the brim is flipped the right way, it looks like they're wearing a dog bowl on their head. I'm pretty primitive as far as my 3D printing goes. Though I'll tell you guys, I've been having a lot of problems with my Ender 3 V2. And I don't even know why. Like, mechanically speaking, it doesn't make sense that it should have as many problems as it does. It's just like the problems on it crop up much faster and much more frequently than they do on my Ender 3 V1. And, I'm thinking that when it becomes more available and there are a few more reviews, because all the reviews I've seen so far of the Elegoo Neptune 2 printer have been very positive, and the price is right. If it's well reviewed, I may turn both of my Ender 3s around and resell them for however much I can get for them. And pick myself up a couple of those Neptune 2s. Oh, my print is done. How about that? Thank you. It's made of Chinesium. Yeah. Yes, that unavoidable element that makes everything work for like a whole month and is just so cheap to produce. No wonder they have so many factories with access to an element like that.
Yo, I heard you liked battlemechs, so I put a battlemech in your battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
If you sell your Enders, I'd be interested and need some FDMs to complement my resin printer. Yeah, I mean, they work. My Ender 3 V1 has served me well for quite some time now. I feel like upgrade season is upon me, you know? I need to upgrade my resin printer and maybe swap out my FDMs for something a little bit fresher. But, yeah, we're the gamers. If I do, I'll give you first dibs, man, because I'll be letting them go at a real good price. Everything I've seen about the Neptune 2 has been very good, other than the lack of automatic bed leveling. Yeah, see, I don't use automatic bed leveling, though. Like, the BL Touch, I've never used one. I level my print bed, and for the most part, I don't have to touch it for months. So the idea of going through the effort of installing a device to fix a problem that I don't have, just, like, I'll pass. The less fooling with wires that I have to do, the happier I am just as a person. Good chance I'll be driving through your neck of the woods in October. Family's doing a Jeep off-road trip in Utah. Yeah, you will. If you're coming from Texas up, you're almost certainly going to go right through where I am. So please do let me know, We're the Gamers. I would love to see you, man. I was just saying I need to come down and see Iberben. I miss y'all fools down there. Just realized I'm being redundant. That's okay. That's okay, Amish Stig. We won't judge you for it here, man. Superfluous is my middle name. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm still on vacation brain, We're the Gamers. I'm sorry. I forget. But yes, particularly coming from Nebraska, you will definitely, like, you won't have any option but to drive within 20 minutes of my house. So, yeah, we'll have to make that happen. A5 doesn't have it. Been pretty easy to set manually. Only thing I would like is mesh leveling. Large bed that's not entirely flat, but that's more work than I want to mess with. Bella Noct. How are you doing today? Could we get a shout out for Bella Noct? So what does a man have to do? What baby do I have to slap to get Bella to do more art streams? That's my question, Bella. Because that's what I want to see, and let me tell you, my baby slapping hand is fired up and ready to go. You just point me. You point me at the baby that pissed you off. Or, you know, whatever else it is I have to do. I'm just saying that's the depth I will sink to, ultimately. I'm not a proud man. Here to watch me paint? Well, that's good, because that's what I'm doing. How you doing, Bella? I hope you're having a good day. Ideally a human baby. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna slap like a puppy or a kitten or anything like that. Like, that would actually upset me. But a human baby? Yeah, I mean, I'll traumatize that baby. You know, if it's not me, it's gonna be somebody else. So, might as well be me. Yeah, it's baby slapping time. After she saves up enough for a new computer, keeps crashing every time I try to run Streamlabs and ZBrush. Oh yeah, okay, that would be a problem. Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that development and waiting with bated breath, because Bella Noct makes some of the coolest 3D printable, sculpted, sort of dark fantasy figures. Just some of the coolest figures. And if you guys haven't checked out her work, you really, really need to. In fact, Stila, have you painted anything by Bella Noct? Because her work is right up your alley. I see what you get up to painting, Stila. You're always painting the hot, like, lizard ladies and the big boobied orcs and what have you, and you're like, ooh, let's do some oil blending and really, really get the skin tone on this big old badonkin' booty. And I think that you would like. I think that you would like painting some of Bella's stuff. And Bella, she paints in oils, and she does an amazing job. I would fucking love to see her paint some of your work. I now feel an urge to create big orc booty models. Wonderful. Wonderful. This mad chemistry that I have gotten up to here. This is going to result in benefits for all of mankind. Because, you know, that's something that the world needs is more oil-painted big booty orc ladies. You know? You know what I mean? I suspect you do. And just suffocate myself. That is always the fantasy, is it not? Oh, by the way, Bella, I found that other print of yours. This was one of yours from a while ago that I've been meaning to paint but haven't gotten around to, which describes just so many other things that I've been working on. But you have advanced so very far from even this sculpt. And this is really a great sculpt that you did. But I keep meaning to come back to this one and just kind of dig in with the, like, green skin tones and wood autumn colors. I hate it now, though. God, I understand that feeling. When you do 3D sculpting, you make a thing, and you're like, I'm so proud of it, it did such a good job, and you keep working, and you smack into your stuff with your hand like an idiot. You come back to it a few months later, and you're like, what? I'm so embarrassed that I put this out there. But, Bella, let me give you some external perspective. It's still a great fucking sculpt. it's still a great sculpt, whether you believe it or not.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Fair. Fair. Alright, let that set. That is 3 mechs made red. We're not doing anything terribly complicated today. We're just kind of base coating for the most part. Then I'm going to throw down some washes here in a bit. Oh yeah, please do, Bella. Yeah, please do, and everyone, yeah, absolutely go give Bella Nox's Instagram a follow. She's a fantastic artist. Do you have, like, a donation goal up for your new PC, by the way, Bella? Because if you don't, consider putting one up. I would happily give to that cause. You're eating rocks? Wait, what the fuck is going on, Roland? Why are you eating rocks? I think you probably will. Your Kickstarters have, from an external perspective, your Kickstarters appear to perform very well. You've got a fan following at this point, including me. Oh, you'll have gummy bears in the car. Dude, that's the best. That's primo gummy bear action right there. I put that shit in the freezer. Frozen gummy bears? Mwah. Mwah. Bellissimo. I speak, like, English and Arabic. That's about it. And we have an Italian in chat, so I just made, like, a big asshole of myself. Bigger than usual. I probably misgendered it, too. What is the gender of a gummy bear? Linguistically speaking. Gummy bear in Italian is male, but candy is female. What's the disconnect? What's, just make a gummy orgy when I can. See, here's the thing, though. Like, it's all well and good, and it's like a gummy bear orgy, but then you start chewing on it, and it becomes like an orgy of death. We go from kind of light-hearted kitty humor to absolute chaos and a horror show very, very quickly. You know what I like to do? I like to take multiple fruit roll-ups and ball them all together and just eat the whole thing at once. I mean, in absolute fairness, Steel Rebel, he was intentionally doing, like, the worst Italian anybody had ever heard. Buongiorno. Yeah, he was like, that's... So I sound better than the guy who was intentionally sounding awful. You know what? Whatever, I'll take it. Androgynous bears would make for a more interesting... I mean, they are androgynous. Gummy bears are neither male nor female, but I would like to know, if you know, Stila, why is it that candy is female but gummy bears are male? Who decided that? Was there like some sort of like a Council of Nicaea kind of thing where they got together and they were like, gentlemen, we must discuss the gummy bear question. Ears are still hurting from that. Well, I guess he did his job well there. Good old Brad Pitt. You ever see him in True Romance? When he's just like some skeevy stoner hanging out on the couch, smoking weed out of a honey bear. That's probably my favorite role of his. Oh, I take that back. I liked him in 12 Monkeys. Yeah. I'm glad, Bella. See, we connect on these things in our childish candy consumption. Another good one is you take 2 fruits by the feet, you know, and you sort of unroll them in opposite directions, and then you eat both of them at once, and then as you move your mouth, it just kind of unrolls against your lips. That's called the Dueling Dragon. I named that one. And it's amazing. And if you haven't done it, you should try it. It sounds chaotic, and I want to... Yeah, it takes a little bit of concentration. You got to practice. Don't go, you know, flying off the handle. And, because, you know, you can hurt yourself. Professionals only. Do not try this at home. Is fruit by the foot called fruit by the half meter in Europe? Fruit by the yard. I take Skittles and put it between 2 Starbursts. Walter's mouth surprise. I do like to... So something I do like to do is take a couple of flavors of Starburst, usually like the red and the yellow or the red and the orange. And you get them kind of warm in your hand, you know, so they turn a little soft. And then you kind of freeze your camera right as you're holding your hands in front of it. Well, this is the problem we haven't had all stream. Let me fix it real quick. But you roll the Starburst together until it's like a fruit sphere. And then you eat that. Never seen fruit by the foot before? Stila, welcome to a magical fucking world. At least we're back to the familiar old problems. That's something. Let me do his cockpit glass while I'm thinking about it before I get much higher. Eventually I might try painting with a brush that isn't like old and broken. But not today. Oh no, not today. Did my raid not go through? I didn't see one, Machine God. Did you raid me? I'll tell you what though, dude.
I know you're really focused,
thank you for the thought.
Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Thank you for the thought. It is the thought that counts, my friend. Oh, God. Why you guys got to start talking about pizza? Pizza by the meter in Italy. Really? Really? You're going to have to show me this someday. Because, I just so happen to be pretty goddamn into pizza. There we go, rating with a party of 1. Welcome in, Machine God, from your own chat. Wouldn't be a Thunderhead stream without technical issues and a blurry camera. Went on vacation, your problems transferred to me. Oh, is your camera stuttering? Ha! Take that! Suck it, thick Mike. Also, you're amazing and fantastic and a great streamer. And all the good things, too. Had to order a Monte Cristo sandwich for dinner. I couldn't even type the name Count of Monte Cristo without thinking about eating a Monte Cristo sandwich. That's how fucking suggestible and programmed I am. Like, God help me if there ever really is like a mass hypnosis campaign against consumers, you know, more than there already is, because I'm like a level 7 susceptible. Someone just says the word pizza and my stomach starts to growl. Pizza sounds good right now. Might need to lurk to go hunt for food after this candy and pizza talk. Or you know what, Bella? Go full Ninja Turtles. Put candy on your pizza. I don't actually recommend that. I've tried some stupid shit like peanut butter cups on pizza. It's not good. It's not good. Charles Hates Everything coming in nice and hot with 100 biddies. Just go ahead and slip that single right into my G-string, baby. It is good to see you, Charles Hates Everything. How are you doing? Could we get a shout out, by the way? For Charles Hates Everything. An accurate name if ever I've seen it. He hates everything good and he loves everything bad. But it's okay because we like him anyway. An excellent content creator, sometime cosplayer, prop maker, and variety streamer. Please go give that man a follow. I need a bit more paint. Finally back in the workshop, working on props. You know what's funny? As I was reading that sentence, because of the way hates is, I read, finally back in my workshop hating on props, and it seemed right to me. I was like, yeah, that makes sense, and then I read it again, and I was like, oh, okay. I see what my brain did there. Hey, what's up, Sumatha? Good to see you. Candy goes on the side. There you go. Excuse me, I'm a classy lady. I'll take a side of your finest jelly beans, raw. Like the milk steak boiled over hard. How much cheese did you eat? I ate a lot, like a brick of cheese. I was nervous. How much cheese is too much cheese before a date? Bella, you can lurk as much as you want. Given the subject matter of your writing and miniatures, lurking seems like about the most appropriate thing for you to do. Lurking in the shadows of the night, as it were. I don't think I've told you that I've actually read some of your writing, Bella. But I have. Yeah, Sumitha, you better be sorry. In fact, you know what? Let's punish Sumitha for showing up late. We expect more from... What are you talking about, dude? Thank you for being here at all. Yes, punish. Punish them! What, like, you know that your stuff is available online, right, Bella? Like, you know that people do read it. What's up, Waffles? How you doing today, man? Yeah, I'm with Charlie on that one. Never too much cheese. Well, see, that's where you're wrong, Bella. That's where you're wrong. Because it's the internet and people read everything. Pizza just get... Damn it, Gear Falcon, you don't have to announce that, dude. You know what? A lot of us want pizza right now, Gear Falcon. We're not announcing it. Now, okay, in my defense, Bella, the smut kind of comes out and grabs you before long. It's not like you have to delve that deep to get to the smut. That said, some good smut. And I consider myself a bit of a connoisseur of smut. Cannon Fodder, thank you so much for the reminder. Changing the preheat temperature on the oven now to the correct temperature for pizza. Have I got any pizzas? I hope I've got some pizzas. If I don't have any pizzas after this, I'm going to be really upset, you guys. Oh, I browsed the catalog, but, yeah, I read some smut. If it's there and it's smut, like, generally speaking, I'm gonna read it, okay? I'm the kind of guy who flips over the rock to see what comes squirming out from underneath. Cajun chicken and baked potatoes and veggies. That sounds fucking amazing, Geeky Taniki. How you doing, by the way? And Riot's sister is back.
Hello there.
How you doing, Riot's sister? Did you have a good dinner? Was it pizza? Because everybody here's talking about fucking pizza. It's crazy. I don't remember who started it.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
I think Steela said something about pizza by the meter, and it's just been all downhill from there. Steela Rebel, this is your fault. This whole orgy of pizza that's happening right now. It was a pot pie, that's good too. Walking out the door now to go get pizza. Bella, Godspeed. Godspeed to you on your pizza journey. And thank you so much for being here tonight. It is always a pleasure to see you in chat. Gear Falcon with the resub on a 10-month streak. Hell yeah, Gear Falcon, thank you so much. Plankwalker, of course, is here just for the pizza orgy. Well, you didn't give me pizza, Steela. You brought pizza up and made me want pizza. That's not, like, okay, no. Steela, if you walked into my fucking house and handed me a damn pizza, that would be one thing, and I wouldn't be complaining. I'd be really excited, and you'd be my favorite person, but that's not what you did, is it? It's not what you did. You came in, you said something about pizza by the meter, and then you just, like, left me to stew. And that is incredibly cruel. You see? Even Ramzoos is upset. He comes into the stream and what he gets is smut and pizza orgies. Smutty, dirty pizza orgies. It's disgusting. And somewhere in there we were talking about, like, gummy bear death orgies, I think? This has been a weird stream. Like, in all fairness. How you doing, by the way, Ramzoos? How are things, man? It's good to see you. We're just up to our usual bullshit tonight. Okay, apparently everyone's into the pizza orgy, which I admit is not exactly what I expected. But, you know, I guess you get the community that you promote, right? So I must be promoting some very strange things. What? The Funkest Uppest. The Funkest Uppest. That sounds familiar. The Funkest Uppest? Do I know you in person by any chance? Or is it just a case of coincidence? I'm curious. But either way, welcome to the stream and thank you so much for the follow. It's in my nature. Must talk food. It's in my nature must eat food, Steela. I'm more of a food eater than a food talker, and if you're gonna sit around and be all Italian and talk about food all the time, you have to also produce the food for me to then eat. Otherwise, we can't be friends. I'm sorry, I have to draw the line somewhere. You know, we all have to have our standards. And my standard is the physical existence of pizza. I do. The problem is that we're getting towards the end of the stream. Like, we're gonna start the storm report in like 8 minutes. And by now, I'm usually starting to get hungry. It doesn't help that y'all have been talking about pizza and orgies and rubbing gummy bears in your eyeballs and shit for the last hour. I blame Roland. He was like, oh, I froze my gummy bears and it's a problem. And I'm like, dude, frozen gummy bears are the shit. They're the shit. Frozen gummy bears are how gummy bears should be eaten. If I could feed people through my stream, I would. Physically hurts me to not be able to feed you. You know? I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Steela. I'll take that. I'll run with that. They say it's the thought that counts, but I do feel like the pizza counts more than the thought. How are things going for you, Ramzoos? How are things on your side of the old country? You up to anything fun, buddy? Buddy? Heretic Scott is very susceptible to getting hungry when food is mentioned. Yeah, it's been rough. It's been a rough stream in that particular way. Gummy peach O's. Oh, dude, those are good too. Almost any gummy candy, honestly, is great in the freezer. I've got a bag of sour gummy cherry Coke bottles in my freezer right now that I am gonna fucking nosh on. Ooh, it's gonna be illegal. It should be illegal what I'm gonna do to those things. Oh. Graduated college at the best and worst time. I'll tell you what, Ramzoos, this last year has been fucking weird, dude. Fucking weird. If you're looking around and you're thinking, maybe, you know, older people are used to this kind of thing. We're not. It's weird. It's very, very strange. And, you know, seems like we're almost through it, buddy. So, yeah, we're all on the same page with that one. Somebody posted they were doing some of the, like, Battletech, unknown contact markers, like generic mech shapes in transparent red resin, something that I did some of those for myself like a year or so ago, but somebody posted those. Was it you, Vergaderong, who posted those in, like, Chaotic Harmony's Discord? The Forbidden Candy? Because they really look like gummy mechs. They look like tasty, delicious murder robots. Blue sharks. I've never been a fan of those. Got a great culture anecdote about food talk. I'm going to tell you next time you pop in. Steela, when's your next stream? When are you streaming next? Because I'll be there. Part-time gig with the county for now. Yeah, I heard about that, dude. I heard about that, and that is fucking awesome. And from what I've heard, it seems like just the perfect kind of job. Nice and chill, and mostly with plenty of solitude. I'm really happy for you, man. It's just nice to have that security. Super busy this week. Gonna try tomorrow or the day after. Well, I will keep my eyes peeled, and I'll probably be up real fucking late working on 3D modeling and design. So if you go on, Steela, I will make sure I drop in. The Gummy Mechs. Oh, that was you, Gear Falcon. Okay. Yeah, that government work, the earlier you start, the easier it's going to be later on, man. So you're absolutely right there about getting your foot in the door. Get your paperwork in, get in the system, and ride it, baby. For our wedding, my wife cast up old plastic atlases in chocolate. Aw, chocolate atlases. That's delicious and romantic. That's romanlicious. That's not a good word. That's a terrible portmanteau, and I regret saying it. You know what you could take up, Ramzoos, with that job? You know what you could do a lot of? Miniature painting. Oh, really, you could, though, if you felt like it. Probably. I can't imagine that you, it seems like an ideal environment for it. But then you could do a lot of things, like, you know, studying and developing other skills, and you could probably do some, like, programming and shit. You could do almost anything you wanted. Where are all the single geeky women my age? Where are all the single geeky women in general? I mean, I have no fucking clue. Let me know. I think there's one in, like, New Zealand that I know of, but that doesn't do, you know, you any good. I can tell you a surprising number of them are in the armed services. But it's not worth joining just to meet them, I can tell you that much. We married geeks snapped them up. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Riot Sister. Thank you for the reminder. You lost a kneecap for your crisis suit. No! Did it fall into the fucking nether zone? You know the zone I'm talking about. You drop the little piece of plastic and you hear it hit the ground and then it's just gone. It's gone. You desperately try to listen for the direction, but it's too late. It's far too late. You know, Ramzoos, that is slowly changing. They are an expensive hobby. They really are. But, They're not as bad with a 3D printer, but then, you know, you have to, like, operate a 3D printer. I've managed to turn this hobby into something that actually makes me money, but it takes a lot of time. And I think over the course of my life, it's still cost me vastly more money dollars than it's made me. It is just about time for the storm report, and that actually worked out, ooh, shaky hand, kind of perfectly. So these guys are not done by any stretch of the imagination, but they are at a point now where I can just start laying in a series of highlights and then do some washes. And I think that's about as far as I'm going to take these paint jobs, is giving them some highlights and some washes and then maybe a couple more highlights and then kind of calling it done. I'm going to do some dry brushing on these bad boys, and I think I will go ahead and save finishing these for our next Battletech stream, but I should be able to get them done inside of that stream. It is, in fact, time. It is about that time, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like
It's a long
you.
one. It is a long one, so let's get going. What do you say? Excuse me. It's been like extra dry in Colorado this last week. Are these from Battle of Stanry or Karnak? Confox Fang. These minis I've been painting, these blockheads, are actually my sculpt. I did these ones myself. They are an update that is much, much more accurate to the more detailed models than those old box figures were. But that said, fucking props to you for knowing about Battle of Stanry and Kalnok, because those box sets were fucking awesome. And I don't think as many people as should realize that the original Battle Droid set was basically just a reboxing of the Battle of Kalnok. But it was. And actually, here, I'm gonna go back for just 1 second, then we're gonna come back to the Storm Report. But I'm only doing this because I don't know if you've seen Confox Fang, that I've also done some of the other Dougram mechs in my own sculpts in the original style, including the Dougram itself with some modified weapons and cannons to make it work for Battletech. These are my favorite mechs. I love them. Alright, now let's actually do the Storm Report. What do you say? See, now it's telling me that I'm getting skipped frames. What poor timing. Alright, let's have a look. Here we have up first, from to square. Yeah. Man, I love Ion Raptor's sculpts. They're so goddamn nice. And this Rakshasa, like, I was already a fan of the Rakshasa for its, you know, the Timberwolf we have at home, the knockoff Mad Cat look, but he just did such a fantastic job with not only building it, but then posing it. And yeah, is this like I'm getting a first Somerset Strikers thing off of the camo pattern and the red weapons that we have here, Square. Oh, thank you very much, Ver4. Yeah, I have the Dougram, I have the Round Facer, I have the Blockhead, and I'm just because I'm incredibly vain, I'm gonna swap back my camera one more time because we have somebody here who likes Dougram mechs, but I also have the Bushman. We have all 4 of the mid-range combat armors, and all of these sculpts, and it's in multiple poses as well. I did at least 4 poses of each of these mechs, but these are all available on Thingiverse. If you go to my profile on Thingiverse, you'll find all these available there for free. You do, Machine God. I would love to see you paint some of my blocky ass old style anime mechs, dude. Okay, let's actually do the Storm Report now. What do you say? This is pretty cool to Square. Yeah, they are in fact First Somerset Striker. Really nicely done. I love the mud and the scratches and detailing that you did on the feet here. Nice job combining the broad camo striping with a little bit of dry brushing to pull out your corners and details. And yeah, good use of red. I like how, see what you've done here is you've created this little triangle of red. And this is, when I talk about color composition on a miniature, it's a lot like composition in photography. You've created this little triad, this little triangle of red that is just very, very pleasing to the eye. And the same thing with the green. This formation, this arrangement. I really, really like it. May have found a budget way to assemble the 24th team. Shit, man. Hell yeah. Really, really nicely done to Squared, and I'm glad to see some people painting this amazing looking Rakshasa. Also really dig what you've done with the lensing on this one. You might consider using like a red wash to blend this one just a little bit more, and the only other thing that I would say is you can take the dark corner of your red here, you can take it even darker. I know that it's a little counterintuitive when you're painting glass, but like if you do most of it as almost black, and then you keep your shine, your glare to a very narrow area, it really sells the effect particularly well. But really great work to Square, and thank you for sharing with us today. Coming down, here we have from Larabik 9 months later. They are off my table. Will get me an army shot soon. I'm glad, because I definitely asked about that. I want to see all these. Okay, I saw somebody pitching some 3D printable knockoff Gene Stealers the other day, and they were called Denim Thieves, and I just started laughing. Denim Thieves. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Yeah. Really liked how it turned out. Need to get some black to blend with. Yeah, having some black to go to for your deep crevices and whatnot is nice. This is one of my favorite things that they added to the Gene Stealer range for these pilots, are these fucking like old style alien bubble helmets. And I feel like, and tell me if I'm wrong, Charles Hates Everything, you're here, you can tell me. Look at this design for the Gene Stealers. They've already got little bits of H.R. Geiger in some of their armor and their general designs. Tell me that these helmets aren't straight out of Alien. Like the size and the shape of them and everything. I think they totally are. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely are. The inspiration is clear and really nicely painted, by the way. Old school sci-fi looks for the win. All about those bubble helmets. Okay. Charles Hates Everything, you're watching Clone Wars, right? Have you gotten into Rebels yet? I'm very, very curious. This whole army is going to look so, so good. So you've gotten into Rebels. You are watching Clone Wars, you haven't gotten into Rebels. Okay. Are you going to watch through Rebels? Because in Season 3, I'm not going to spoil anything, I'm just going to say that there is an amazingly badass sequence when you get to Season 3, of a dude in like an old school big space retro bubble helmet, wielding a lightsaber in one hand and a blaster in the other, assaulting a Star Destroyer from outside in space. And it's just one of the best things. No, not those Rebels. Not the Steela Rebels. We're talking about Star Wars Rebels, Steela. Come on. Yeah, Walter's Workshop. Dude, if you haven't watched Clone Wars and Rebels, you absolutely need to. It's the best that Star Wars has ever been. At this point in my life, I feel like the movies are almost the worst of Star Wars, and the shows are apparently the best. The animated shows. I love Rebels. And Charles hates everything. If you don't like Rebels, like, that's it for us. We're over. Friendship ended right there. So, you know, enjoy it or else, I guess is what I'm saying. That most friendships are built on a good ultimatum, aren't they? I feel like somebody wrote that somewhere in like a friendship guide. Gene Stealers are underrated. Their Cults box is perfect for Chaos Cultists. Yeah, no, they're a fantastic kit. This is a force that we begged for years back in the day and never thought we'd get, and it's one of the coolest things they've done. This is a really nicely painted force. I really want to see the whole army together, Larabic, and I hope you get that shot for us soon. Thank you for sharing that with us. Aside from Rouge 1... No, Machine God, I'm not talking about Star Wars droids with fucking... What was the Admiral's name? What was the Admiral's name? He piloted he commanded a Gladiator-class Star Destroyer, and he had one cybernetic eye and one cybernetic arm, and I can't remember his name now. But he was from droids. Keep pushing Walter's Workshop for Clone Wars. Yeah, keep doing it. Keep doing it while you're, you know, betraying me in another chat being a mod there. Oh, God. Oh, it destroys me. It slays me. Ewok Adventure was the best Star Wars. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on to this amazing piece of artwork words are hard to say. We're just gonna move on to this amazing piece of artwork being done by Siestinator Rio. This is the Titan Ball I was talking about earlier. He's asking about a hammer. Cat is demanding that I go forward, and I am clearly requesting a hot dog. And I have to say, if you're taking me out to the ball game, you better bring on the fucking peanuts, Cracker Jacks, and get me one of those just extra mustard and relish dogs. You know, give me some of that. It's not Captain Antilles, Machine God. You're out of your mind. Apparently Rebels is quite tame compared to Clone Wars. Either way, I'm watching Clone Wars now, and really, I don't think that's true, Heretic Scott. It's not. No, Captain Antilles might have been the captain of the cruiser that the droids were often on. I'm talking about the bad guy. I'm talking about the Imperial officer who was always trying to get them. I can't remember his name now. He had one cybernetic eye, he had one cybernetic arm, and he piloted a Star Destroyer, commanded a Star Destroyer that had these two forks coming off the front, and then they came back into like a hangar bay in the middle. There's a dick joke in this. There's a dick joke in everything. Absolutely everything. Oh yeah, definitely dill relish. Don't give me that fucking sweet relish. Get that shit out of here. Crossbow Roof, you have a fantastic night, man. Thank you so much for being here. As always, it's always a pleasure to see you, man. Not Commissar Yarrick. That's not even the right goddamn universe. Screed. Thank you. Thank you, Rogue. My profile image, if you play Titanfall 2 with me on Origin, is literally Screed. And yes, that was his name. Love my baseball cap, right? Look at Kat up here, wearing her adorable little cap. She's like, go that way! And apparently I've acquired missile launchers since the last time I was a combat avocado. I've also gotten a little chunkier. My mech love handles have expanded slightly. I'm just gonna warn you right now, Kat, I am bad at baseball. This game is not gonna go well to us if this Ronin has any idea what he is doing. Tobean Lord, good to see you. Too many tacos. Yeah, that's... that is unquestionably it. But after all, a hot dog is kind of like an American taco. So, you know, bring on. This is... Rio, this shit's amazing that you do, honestly. This is... I agree. This is somehow even more adorable than the Christmas one. Don't get me wrong, I love the Christmas one, mostly for the inclusion of Project Dark Fox and Chaotic Harmony in that particular one. But this, I like this. I love your little animated cat. And I don't know why I like the idea of Cat commanding me around as a giant robot. Maybe I need to talk to my therapist about that. But you know, there it is. There it is, and we just kind of have to live with it. Fucking wonderful work, Rio, and thank you for sharing. I guess I should read this. As everyone knows, Austin is on a blackout, so I've been without power, which leaves me time for a lot of drawing. Featuring the first of a few things that I'll be doing, I introduce you all to Blunder Thud's Frontier Derp Fence Round 1 versus... It's funny because I'm bad at Frontier Defense. Oh, the jokes! The jokes just write themselves, Rio. Thank you so much for sharing that. Someone cast a vote on which Titan I should draw next. You know what? We could do that. We could get a vote going. I've got a poll bot in the Discord after all. Kursala, where the end is in sight. Here's a view of all the hopefully finalized parts ready for export and final testing. Speaking of which, my prints are done. Nice! I'm gonna get those off the plate after this. 2 torsos, 4 pelvises, 6 feet, 3 lower legs, 1 upper leg, 5 hands, 2 forearms, 3 upper arms, 1 shoulder cannon, 1 head, 9 wing pods, and a partridge and a pear tree. Lots of options here. I've added 2 more parts that are not pictured, a wing pod without the top wings and the wing tip, but just the tip, so they can be printed separately and posed however the user might want. This is a hell of a series of files. And I think that this ultimately, it was all of our complaining, all of our, oh, you should do this. Oh, the wings should be in this position. Oh, the wings should be, they should be curled up. Oh, they should be extended. And Kursala's like, fuck it, we'll make it all. We're just going to slowly turn him into Cyber Knight. Slowly, but not that slowly. Yeah, see? Because right after that, Magnatorius Maximus is coming in like, do more variants, do more. This is a hell of a kit. I look forward to seeing the first of these get printed and painted, Kursala. Here we have from Machine God, hella proud of this, so I am sharing it here. We got a nasty, busted up tank wreck. Is this one of the... This is one of the wrecks available from the last Kickstarter from Cav, if I'm not mistaken. Because I have this tank. Somewhere on my desk, I have this tank in a non-destroyed form. It looks really, really good. The weathering, rust, and damage effects are incredibly well painted. I like the little scorch marks, too. Yeah, the tank has certainly seen some better days. Nice detailing up here, too. Good texturing on it, for that matter. I really like the kind of dirty brown scorch marks that you have on here. Tank has seen better days. Something went pop. Yeah, it looks like the front fell off. That and the tracks. Yeah, it caught a missile like right here underneath the turret, and the turret just went boing and landed over here. If the turret pops off and lands next to the tank, you're generally having a bad day. Think this is going to be my texture submission? Hell yeah, Machine God. You did a fantastic... Like, I love all the texturing that we have back here, the kind of worn-off paint. I like the mixture of the browns, the yellows, and the greens to give it this really interesting and sort of varied look across the top surface. Frontal breach and it popped... Oh yeah, I guess there is this right here. Yeah, so something probably went in and exploded and boom, this came... I mean, to be fair, this tank looks like it got fucked about 6 ways from Sunday. It had a frontal breach, the turret came off, and it has had its treads come off. I would estimate that the treads came off first, and then the rest of the damage happened when it was sitting there. If I had to create a timeline... Thank you for sharing that with us, Project... Not Project, you're not Project Dark Fox, your name is Machine God. My brain works and I know how to speak. Sometimes. Here we have from Rodan, Sugar and Spice from the Two-Face Gang. What a bizarre pair of characters. I mean, really, just a bizarre pair of characters. Two-Face is a lady for every mood, a lady for each half of my face. Nicely done. I like what you've done with the dress ruffles, and particularly with Spice's hair. That's a nice, rich color. Also, loving what you did here. In fact, in both cases, with the sheer stockings, getting the flesh to kind of show a little bit through the color of the stockings. That is very subtle and very nicely done, Rodan. Oof. That's tricky. That's something that I haven't managed to pull off on any of my minis. Very goth Jessica Rabbit. I'm into it. I gotta say I'm into it. Really, really well done, Rodan. Yeah, the stockings came out fantastic. Did you just kind of, like, glaze in your flesh tones on top, sort of in the shape of the calf muscle? And the little flash of red on the end of her foot is a wonderful touch, so you end up with kind of like red, 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 just in 3 spots. Her little gun tucked into her garter. That's good shit. That is good shit, Rodan. Well done. And then we have Thomas Wayne and Hush. You also did, Bane as Batman, didn't you? The Bane Batman? Recently? Of course, I've been gone for like a week, so I guess you might have gotten that done after you got old Thomas. I love how they have him with the sword, by the way. The sword being what he ultimately kills. Like in the movie Flashpoint Paradox, he shoots Reversed Flash in the back of the head. But in the comic book Flashpoint Paradox, He stabs Reverse Flash through the back with a sword. So I love that they gave him both the gun and the sword, just as a little reference to the original Flashpoint paradox, and not just the film. And then, of course, we have Hush, just the biggest dick in the universe. Really nicely done on his coat, and I like the sort of warm coloration he's got here, and the little bit of edge highlighting that you did on the sort of knee pads. I love this really vivid red leather that you've done on both of their sort of thigh strappings. Jesus, Thomas Wayne is built like a brick fucking shithouse. Like, even for Batman, look at this guy. Look at that meat. That's insane. That's insane. Greaves, that's probably an accurate phrase for it. Shin balls would probably also be an accurate phrase. It depends on what culture we're talking about. Very nicely done, Rodan. I always love seeing your Batman stuff. Yeah, he's basically a door. He is thicker than a McDonald's milkshake. Here we have from Roland. Oh, you've been doing some more painting on Clan Hell's horses, yeah? The green and red, I think I forget every single time. Oh, these are coming together real nice, man. Looks like we got a couple little metallic details worked in here. The blue shines really well against the kind of darker green and reds. What all is the rest that is going to wind up going in this particular... A star is 5, yeah? Because that's what clanners do, so what are we going to round out this star with, Roland? I am curious. Here we have from Rogue19K. Oh, spooky ghosts. That's right, we talked about this. So it's going to cut off part of this video, and I apologize. Hopefully it shows the orb that we're talking about. Where is it? Where is it, Rogue? Oh. It's over on this side of the screen. You probably can't see it. It's over here. There's a spooky orb. Does it move? Does it move towards the center? Damn my awful overlay. Yeah, there it is. Spooky orb. Oh god, you're being haunted by a cat. You know? Like flicking the laser pointer around? It's like, this is what I would want. That's some bizarre-ass movement. Look at that. You're lucky you weren't in the room. You would have gotten possessed, Rogue. That Zach Bagan-style possession where you just get really angry and you bully the nearest fat person. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here now. Oh, here it goes. I'll give you, that's a weird one, man. That is a very, very strange orb that you have there. Good footage. Yeah. I am not Joel. How can I be a fat shamer when I am as fat as I am? That is ultimately the question. I'm not quite, like, I'm self-loathing. I'm not quite that self-loathing, Squonks. That house needs a cat to play with that laser pointer. Yeah, right? Interesting. It never touched the door or moved beyond it. Maybe it's the ghost of an agoraphobe. We had this conversation on Discord last week with Rogue. Talking about, like, you know, ghost hunting shows and stuff like that. I'm not, like, I don't know if you guys watch, like, BuzzFeed Unsolved with Ryan Bergara and Shane, I can't remember his last name, it's something weird. But between the two of them, I'm the Shaniac and the wife is the... She's more of the Ryan Bergara type. I'm the Mulder and she's more of a Scully. Wait, no, I'm more of a Scully, she's more of a Mulder. I had that reversed. You'd think I'd remember that. Since it's the whole I Want to Believe poster and all that. Well, thank you for sharing that with us today, Ro. Caught random purring about an hour later, sounded like a cat perched next to the camera. See, you're being haunted by a cat. That's what I'm saying. That's absolutely what I'm saying. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Basement's not fully back together yet, but I have enough space on the bench to get some stuff glued together finally. For Castellan Robots, I love that kit. And there's Cybernetica Datasmith for my 40k Mechanicus Force on the first images. And the second is my first real attempt at kit bashing, taking the other Datasmith and combining it with some Skitari to make Daedolusus Proxy. Green stuff definitely could use some practice. I feel that. But once everything cures, I should be able to go in with the X-Acto and clean up the arm a touch. I love the Castellan robots. They're one of the few kits that almost seems like it was designed with putting magnets in them in mind, because magnets fit so very, very well right here. Right here at the end of the arm where this piece goes on. It's really easy to magnetize in such a way that you can swap the big fists for the guns. The Datasmith is also a fantastic model. Nice build job on these with their, what are they? They have stubbers, or do they have phosphor guns on their shoulder? I can't remember which they have. Can't wait to assemble mine. Are you going to do some Castellan robots, Cat of Carmody? Oh, yeah, here we have some modding going on the Datasmith. He has acquired a, what are these called? I can't remember. Are these the arc guns? Are they the galvanic gun? No, the galvanic rifles are the big long ones. This is an arc pistol. Probably. It's been a while since I played Mechanicus. I can't remember what the guns are called. You told me I couldn't catch the red dot. Fuck you, humans. I will taunt you from beyond the grave with a dot that you can't catch. That makes perfect sense to me, Sumitha. That seems exactly like what a cat would do. Heavy phosphor blasters. Most broken thing in the Codex. Yeah, the phosphor blasters are a little nuts. A little nuts. Got some in the big ass box, the LG. They gave you a big ass box. I don't think they like you very well. Here we have from Rogue 19K. I know many of you have been waiting for this since I put my preview up, and work's in progress. This Timberwolf has a shot at doing a fast and dirty tabletop quality miniature, and seeing if Clan Wolfgrey would be a viable scheme going forward to rapidly paint and field my Clan Invasion miniatures. Have to give a shout out to Colonel Matthew Steiner for giving me some tips and suggestions on the side that, in my opinion, made this thing stand out superbly for a limited amount of time spent on it. I'll have to try some of these techniques down the road with my mercenaries the next time I paint some of them. This came out wonderfully. Rogue. And this is, I mean, I'm a big believer in working smarter, not harder, even as I force myself to work harder and work longer on a lot of things. But that's me doing it to myself because I'm trying to push new things. I'm trying to learn new things. This came out wonderfully. For a simple paint job, this is just so striking. And the basing is really well done, too. I love the grit that you've achieved here, and I like the little rock. Nicely done, Rogue. And yeah, do some more of these, because more of these together are going to look even better. Goes to show you don't have to complicate a good-looking mini to just have it look, you know? To just have it get the point across. Do the big steps, do the important steps, and don't worry about every little single detail. Even little bits of shining metallic down here just do so much to add interest to the whole figure. Wonderfully done. Very clean. Gear Falcon needs to paint his Mad Cat. I tend to agree. Here we have Roland also working on his own Mad Cat, and yeah, it's a great sculpt. It looks like we finally got some decals going down here. Ooh, that looks nice. The Hell's Horses decal down on here, that worked really good, Roland. I love the use of the blue with the green and the red, man. That Mad Cat is looking sharp. Here we have from Cybern Knight. It's not much. The first coat is down on the first Oryx. Already installed 9 magnets, so only 36 more to go. My math might be a little bit off there, but I don't think it is that off, all things considered. Got a mad dog? Oh, you mean a vulture, Rogue? You mean you got a vulture and a Mad Cat to paint? Is that what you're saying? It's such a nice studio scheme that he does. I'll be very, very interested to see the final complete array of Oryx options when he inevitably gets the pictures done. It's a wonderful design. I really like the spoiler on the back here, too. I just feel like I could cruise up next to this guy and, eyeball him at an intersection, and we'd be racing within a few minutes. Here we have from Drunken Fister, our very own Cat of Harmony. They took me way longer to do than I thought they would. Yay, laziness. I feel attacked. I did all the other parts to them, too, in a pile over in the back, so peeps can swap to different types of drones if they wanted. That's pretty slick. That's pretty slick for a store scheme. I'll bet they're going to be just jazzed as hell with these when they get them, and it sounds like you're going to be doing some Mechanicus here pretty soon, eh? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Cat of Harmony. They do look pretty good when they're all together. Like, it's a bit of a jarring scheme when you just show one mini by itself, but when you put them all together, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I get it, it's a pumpkin patch. Oh, Chaotic, it has been such a damn pleasure to watch you grow as a painter over the course of the last year. I can't wait to see what you've got done this time next year. Gonna do some Primaris? Hell yeah, man, hell yeah. Oh yeah, welcome to the party. Been over 2 months since I got the damn box, and I'm not even halfway done yet. Yeah, okay. Get used to it. Here we have from Raven Cat, we've got that sweet, sweet Blar Ion Raptor Warhammer done in a really, really striking scheme. It looks like you've done a little bit of glue and cotton pulling here to get sort of a smoking effect real far back on the PPCs. Now, if I'm not mistaken, these are the PPCs that broke, so you replace them with toothpicks, which I think is just brilliant. It's the right size, and it's got just enough detailing that it really works particularly well. Wonderful job on here. I love the transition from yellow down to some reds on the base. The color variation that we have here in the grit, and then going up onto the legs. Then we have a little bit of it repeated here back far on the barrels. The smoke effect is really well done, though. I absolutely dig that, Raven Cat. Looks like maybe he's fired off 1 or 2 more lightning bolts than he really should have. I think the toothpicks may actually look better than the original barrels. Yeah. It's a little nuts. No, Sumitha, not awesome. It's a Warhammer. Come on. Why did I feel bad for even saying that. I feel terrible for even saying that. Ravencat, it is fantastic to see you doing some mechs, man, particularly ones with such badass barrel glow features and smoke, and this is just, all in all, really well done mini. Really well done mini. Oh, it's good you said that, Sheza, because I was definitely going to shoot you. Definitely going to shoot you. I do. I feel bad for saying most of what I say, though, Sumitha, so, you got to pick your battles. Oh, Kursala got the first one assembled, and while the size test shows it might be a little too big, I think I'm fine with that. Since it's a lot thinner than its friends, I'm inclined to leave it. Also, this particular one looks crappy because it was the most damaged parts I could find that were still whole parts. I figure I'll just paint it up with some battle damage, maybe use it as my entry for this month's challenge. Wonder if I can get Thunderhead to paint one. I mean, probably, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be painting any mechs that aren't 3D printed files from designers in this community for a while at this point, because that leaves me with a very, very long list of mechs to paint still. But if I'm going to paint mechs, I'd rather be painting yours. Now we need a name for this thing. Ooh, I like it looks so aggressive from behind. It looks like it could just launch like straight forward at any second. I agree. It's a little taller, but it's also spindlier, and I feel like that balances out in comparison to the Griffin and the Wolverine here. Eventually, 6 years after the heat death of the universe, that's being generous. Still want to see Thunderhead Sumitha Assault Mech. Yeah, I need to reprint that. The print that I did had some unforeseen problems that sort of halted me in my tracks. I might take those files that Vergaderung went over and cleaned up and print myself a fresh one, because the Sumitha is a very cool looking mech. I also think I had my scale off on that one. I don't know, it wound it up a little bit weird. Yeah, the thruster nozzles in particular look fantastic. All the detailing came out pretty nice, Kursala. I confess I had my doubts, but they say that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And if this is me eating the pudding, then I am enjoying it. Love the little claw hand that he's got here, too, and how it's kind of thrown out like a balancing arm. Really well done, Kursala. All hail wide burb. Now we need thick burb. Here we have from the Tobian Lord, made a few pieces recently. Little blood. Little blood. That's not blood. That's like delicious, berry filling. If people were jelly donuts, I could see that. He's bleeding like blue Mountain Blast flavored Kool-Aid. That's all I'm seeing. Honestly, it's a nice piece of art, though. Tobian Lord, you have such a distinct and sort of aggressive style. I really enjoy seeing what you do. Horns, he's got like lava lamp horns going on, and I have to confess, I kind of want a pair of those. Ooh, Riot Sister got her Sumitha put together. Fuck yeah. Could that be done? You could make like an acrylic set of horns. You'd have to have like a heat element on your head though, and that would like cook your brain before it melted all the wax to go all lava lamp up and down the horns. Would it be worth it? Would it be worth cooking my brain to have lava lamp horns? Yeah. How could you do it without having a heating element stuck against your actual head? Yeah, you could do just oil and water. It wouldn't be quite the same effect as like a lava lamp, but then it probably wouldn't be the same effect just because a lava lamp needs to be vertical anyway. so that the wax goes up and then it cools and then it comes down and then it heats and it goes up and it cools. Like, you couldn't get it to do the... So if you just did oil and water, you could probably get a very similar effect to this. Type of wax that has a low melting point, right? And then just power it with rage and frustration. Watch the latest Star Wars and be like, and it starts... Absolutely, that makes perfect sense. Steel Rebel thinks that the answer is yes. Trying to get me killed. Here we have from A. Mull, my work in progress BK 1124 Broncator as of last night. I'm sure I mispronounced that. I'll be working on it more during the stream. Ooh. Yeah, it's nice to see some details going down on this kit. All the little bits of metal really make the difference. God, it's a big old turret on this bad boy, isn't it? I mean, a number of them, but look at that cannon. Woof, that'd put a hole in something right there. That is a lovely looking kit, and decently sized from the look of it. I'm curious if it is just going to be like a model for display, right? It's not a part of any gaming system. I keep thinking about picking up some kind of naval combat game, but I just got a billion suns. I should probably leave that off for a little while. Well, thank you for sharing that work in progress with us. I always love to see some models coming together. Here we have from Heretic Scott. Ooh. Cultist hideout to rain peace. Compete. Brody's Ale does not take responsibility for any bodily mutations as a result of consuming their products. Ooh, this has character. I love the stains that we have here along the edges of the brickwork. This little shock of green right here for this pipe. This toxic green puddle coming out of the rusted yellow barrel. The subtle transition of color across the red dragon sign. These sort of rotted away pile of skulls and skeletons that's merging with the ground. And of course, lest you miss it, the heavy stubber sticking out of the window here. Even some nice detail and texture work here on the door. Really looks like maybe a wood veneer that's begun to peel and crack. Oh yeah. It looks like you did this by hand, the little high voltage and the lightning bolt there. We've got some more staining on the brickwork. Again, just this piece, this has character. That's the best word for it. This is really nice. I love the different tones that you have on the dirt, and then that sort of nasty yellow-green toxic goop pouring out there. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. And also, looks like you've made nice use of some like chaos bits in here to keep things interesting. I like how there's growth on top, like enough dirt has accumulated up there for some hardy scrub to kind of take root. This is really cool, Heretic Scott. Really quite cool. Part of me just wants that red dragon sign in full size, right? Good opportunity to try some cool weathering techniques. I gotta start like actually painting things again, I feel like. Oh man, this makes me want to do similar things, and that to me is always the sign of a truly interesting paint job. But again, the word that comes to mind is just character. Everything about this screams character. Fantastic texture, everything looks really, really worn down, lived in, rotted away. Yeah, the light up here. I was gonna say that too. Yeah, Steel Rebel. This little... It's not just OSL, it's dim OSL. It's a nasty, old, yellowed, probably flickering light that's just catching the edge here and then projecting a little bit of a glow on the upper part of the door, but not much. I can see myself walking down the street. It's a fucked up street because there's toxic goo and skeletons and machine guns sticking out of windows, but I can see myself there. I can feel it, you know? Really fantastically done, Heretic Scott. Hope to see some more from you in the near future. God damn. Here we have from Gutsy Toad Sage. First time the weather's been nice enough to hang out outside, so I made my first custom hobby handle. Ooh, we got some real, yeah, I'd say customs, like the shape of your actual hand, worked into this here piece of wood. I always have such respect for woodworkers, mostly because I can't do it. This has a nice knurl to it, though. And I'm glad that it's, you know, actually nice enough for you to get some work done, Toad. Thank you for sharing that with us. Entire thing looks awesome. Yeah, it's like, it really, really stands out, man. Here we have from Punexpected, Close to Done Oil Project. Zubaji from Big Child Creatives. Feel free to ask me about using oils. I may pick your brain a little bit. I'm gonna need to pick a few people's brains. Ooh, this is nice. I mean, they say that blending is the real strength of oils, and you can really kind of see that just in how smooth the blends wind up being across these different pieces. Particularly doing this sort of smoke trailing fire effect. And then here, in this kind of mantle. Watched a bit of that stream. I'm gonna have to go give a follow. Really, really like the effect you've done here with the fire kind of coming out from beneath the details on this. What is he swinging? It's a hammer. It's a hammer, like, with a rocket in the back of it? Or is it just trail? I can't quite tell. Either way, it looks like it would fucking hurt. And the smoke effect here, with the darker parts on the outside and the bright on the inside, that's a very, very cool effect. Well, very, very nicely done, Punexpected, and thank you for sharing. Yeah, I'll probably pick your brain a little bit when it comes time to bust out the oils again. Here we have from also Gutsy Toad Sage. Yeah, it is looking good, isn't it? Getting back to my work in progress of the Toad King from Aradia Miniatures. Hell yeah, I highlighted the nips. I mean, if the nips are gonna be on the model, you gotta highlight the nips. You gotta highlight. Guys, if there's one thing that I've said, there's one thing I've said in this stream time and time and time again. What is it? What is it, chat? It's you gotta highlight the nips. I don't think I've ever said that before. Forgot, you're asking the wrong questions, dude. Nips are important. Yeah, Bella Noct knows. Yeah, she knows. Trust her. She's a nip expert. I'm not entirely sure what that entails, but if I had to pick out anyone in chat who probably was, it'd probably be her. No, Steela, don't encourage them. They'll do it on their own. You don't have to encourage them. Sage advice. Loving the sort of orange to rust red transition that you have across the skin here. Very, very smooth. The crown's looking like it's coming together pretty well. Also, is this flat or is this metallic? I can't quite tell. If this is flat, I'm really loving the highlighting that we're doing here on this kind of hook blade that he is wielding. Holy shit, Megapedia coming in with a raid here towards the... Where are we? We're more than halfway through the Storm Report. Always makes me feel bad. Always makes me feel a little bad when people raid, and I'm like, oh, we're most of the way through the stream, though. Oh, God. True Sausage, thank you so much for the follow. Also, Kentucky Fried Creature, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to the Storm Report. This is the last part that we do of our stream. We still got a few minutes in it where we are going over some art submissions from the community. Meg, how are things? How was the stream? I hope that you had a good one. And yeah, always. Yeah, Riot Sister, she's so fast with the shoutings out, like I feel useless. I'm like a vestigial limb here. I'm over here pretending to be like some kind of centerpiece, and Riot Sister's like, nah, I got this. Bam, 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 let's shout it out, let's make it happen. Let's come down a little bit more here. We have from Fox Fang, Clan Fox's newest miniatures. Nice to see some paint going down on these. These are very, very cool designs, Fox Fang. That's okay, Mega P. No, you know, here's the thing. In a few minutes, we're going to be raiding another painter. So if y'all are looking to watch some paint streaming and you stick around, I promise you I'll put you in some good hands. Or at least, you know, paint-stained hands. I guess that's the most that I can promise, technically speaking. What were you working on today, Meg? These are really a fantastic set of miniatures. From left to right, Shadow Fox, Balgare, I know I'm pronouncing that wrong, Rabid Fox, and Red Hunter. Shadow Fox, Rabid Fox. For some reason, when I think Rabid Fox, I feel like it should be the smaller of the two, but then I didn't name them, so, you know, nobody's asking me. Meg was painting a dino. Ooh, what kind of dino? I like dinos. Who doesn't like dinos? I mean, you know, anyone who has to deal with them in real life, but thankfully that's nobody. These are a lovely set of minis. I particularly like this quad Fox. I know everybody says that, but there just aren't enough good-looking quads in the world. Aren't they, Meg? Did some really, really nice work. Yeah, these came out good. Were these done by, were these finished off by Zombie Brush? They came out wonderfully. I love the green and black paint scheme, too. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Gus. You have the artistic eye and the imagination that I know what it is. I know that it's experience. But part of me wants to say that you're just a little sick in the head, Gus. Also, let's just take a moment to appreciate that the massive Nurgle battle cannon. Now, I don't know if this is what Gus is going for. Gus, I'm just giving you my initial impression. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen this, the rest of this, like, this is... He's been working on this for a while. This is all green stuff work. This piece up here is amazing because this whole Imperial Knight has been redone to look like a horrific fly mutant. And he's got, like, human bones down here, and his legs are all sculpted. It's insane. I'm just gonna tell you, Gus, my first impression is that you have a long-barreled weapon, and it's a little veiny, and you have what looks very much like a scrotum hanging off the back of it carrying the ammo. Now, I don't know if that was on purpose. I'm just saying that it slightly crosses the line from Nurgle to Slaanesh. That's all I'm saying. Now, maybe in the final paint job, that impression will ease somewhat, but maybe it's my brain that is the one at fault here. That's just what I'm getting when I look. Yes, exactly, Puck Duncher. The ammo is stored in the balls. How could anything else be true? That's a Nurgle staple. You should look up the pus tank. Well, yeah, I've seen the various goo spewers, but most of the distinctly phallic or vulvular, which I don't think is a word, weapons I see on Slaaneshi.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and blorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
There's a few ways Nurgle slightly crosses over, but we don't speak of those. Yeah, the Baneblade conversion, that's the one I'm thinking of. It's a good word, Bella. You can have that one for free. Gets their fingers in everything. It's their nature. Was it Sumitha? I feel like that one kind of worked. Now, you can kind of get a look at the big, uncomfortable fly thorax sticking off. This is such a fucking cool mod. God damn it. Look at the segmented
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Why do I still have that clip on my channel? That's terrible. Gus, you blow my fucking mind, dude. Gus, This thing is gonna make me so uncomfortable when you finish it. When this thing is painted, when we're not just looking at raw texture, but then like paint effects and additional colorations and lividity and things like this is gonna turn my stomach. It already does, and I can't think of what else a Nurgle Knight should do. This is an amazing piece. An amazing piece, Gus, and I hope that you keep sharing it with us because I love seeing it every step of the way. Here we have from Steiner Minis, aka Thick Mike. He's been working on this, and I asked him about this. Yeah, this is I still feel like you should have some people on the base, dude. I still feel like there should be some people running away to help sell the scale. Now, you've got some blood splattered on the base, and it looks like he just, like, ate a person, which is like, holy shit. And apparently smashed a couple with his double-armed mace swing. But this is supposed to be a full-size saguaro cactus. And I really want just like one little person here and here, like running away and screaming and looking back over their shoulder at this gigantic moon monkey with his fucking 4 arms and his dual maces. I feel like if I had 4 arms, I would have a mace on either side. I feel like a mace, like 2 maces on one side, I'd be real off balance at that point, wouldn't I? Maybe like 1 mace high and 1 mace low. What would that be like? My problem is that I can't imagine what it's like to actually have 4 arms. And that's just not fair. This is a really, really nice paint job that you did on this one, though, Mikey. I love how the gold came out kind of burnished and beaten. And the flesh tones are all real nice. The blood kind of sells it there at the end. I just so much want the little people running away. So much. I don't have 4. God, shut up for God. Why do I even let you in this chat? That's, yeah. Okay. Here we have from Gear Falcon. Got a new Lego kit, about 1,500 blocks. Pretty excited. You fuckers are still going around with 2 arms? Puck Dunter, if you found a way to grow even a 3rd, you let me know. Ooh. What's it gonna be, Gear Falcon? I'm not like... I know that Lego is like a huge thing. It's never something that I got really all that into. But I'm very curious to know what this is eventually gonna be. Called Gene Stealers. Oh, you're like... Oh, that's it. You know, just getting mind controlled by some guy in a sewer who jams a little ball of DNA up under your guts. And then, you know, 3 generations later, you got a 3rd arm. Sure, yeah, no big deal. God, Gene Stealers are fucking weird. Here we have from Alara Kerensky, not a latrine. Tex stomps into your quarters, dragging announcer behind him. Announcer mistook my bunk for a latrine. Again, Tex wrinkles his nose. 3rd time this month. He stumbles forward. I can explain, he slurs. His breath stinks like gasoline fumes and paint thinner, making your eyes water. It's not even noon, Tex narrows his eyes at him. There's having a good time, and then there's this. He'd get us killed if he deployed in this state, Commander. Tex versus Chaotic. The first generation is the most... Oh, yeah, I guess that's right, Vergaderone. Yeah, the first generation is the most fucked up. And, well, no, hang on. Is that right? I thought it was that the first generation is the most human-like with small changes, and then as the generations get deeper, you eventually get back to one pure strain gene stealer. Do I have it backwards? Because the first generation child immediately mind controls its parents. Huh. It's been a while since I read the Gene Stealer lore, to be fair. I think 3rd gen can look almost like a human. They're all weird. They're all weird. My God, here we have Wandering XP coming in with the sub. Meow. What? Are you saying meow? Am I saying meow? Do I look like a cat to you, sir? Do you see me drinking milk from a saucer? Do you see me eating mice? Jumping all nimbly-bimbly from tree to tree. Oh, how you doing? Wandering XP, Steal a Rebel. Apparently just had a bit of a stroke. Yeah. Transition there over into Japanese on us a little bit. That's okay. I mean, I don't read it, but that's still okay. No, sir, you look like an asshole. Oh, I love you too, White Wolf. All I want to know is who wants to take a shot of maple syrup with me? No. Nor am I chugging an entire bottle, for God's sake. Wait, holy shit, Colonel Matthew Steiner looking like some pretty hot mods on... This is an Executioner, right? This is an Executioner. Every time that I see a clan mech, I feel like I'm guessing which model it is, but I'm pretty sure this is an Executioner. Someone's gonna be like, no, it's a Gargoyle, and I'm gonna feel like an idiot. Executioner J. Okay, I got it right. Hang on, let me see soon with the... Shared this hilarious little tidbit involving Tex and George's characters, to which Tex responded, ooh, that's an oof. Yeah, it does seem pretty relevant at that point. It's a clan mech, that's all that's important, so stomp it into the ground. Stomp it into the ground with a Hag 40 and 3 SRM6s. I like the way the SRMs are arranged on the fist. I picture him like extending his arm forward, or you know what, even better? Like throwing a punch, and as the punch is coming in, missiles are launching from the launchers around his fist. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't care. I still want to see it. Colonel Matthew Steiner. Make me a diorama of an Executioner punching rockets into somebody's face. That's what you can do. That for my birthday. It's coming up in, a couple of months, right? Rocket to the punchu. Yeah, I love the the Japanese version of Pacific Rim. But it's clan. They don't punch. Yeah. Charlie, don't surf. I know. You don't really have to do that. This is an amazing conversion, though. What is this gun from? I feel like I recognize it, but I can't quite place it. I like how you've tilted it out. You've tilted the orbit of the shoulder kind of out and away. Even though its head doesn't turn. This just gives it more of a sense of dynamism. Oh, that's the Iron Wind Metals hag. Okay, I gotcha. Probably saw it when I was looking at their weapon packs. I'll tell you what, Colonel Matthew Steiner, unless you're really in love with the Iron Wind Metals one, I could print you one of those, buddy. I'm telling you. I could print you one. Dynamism. It's a word, probably, conceivably. Did I say it and you know what I meant? Then it's a word. It's a word. Right up there with the vulvular. Vulvular dynamism. Bellanoct, you can have that one too. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner. Been working on some busts lately to use as pieces for A Song of Ice and Fire, the miniature game. Oh, I see. Because this does actually look quite a lot like Sansa. I'm going to swap out the political characters with these chess piece-sized busts. It's been a great project, and while this one in particular still needs work, holy shit, lips are difficult. Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm especially proud of the brains on top of her. Yeah, that's what we're going for. This is Sansa, right? That's so vulvular, dude. I don't think that's the context you're supposed to use that word in. That's... You know what? Fuck it. It's yours. You do whatever you want with it. Do whatever you want with it. I do, yes, Steal a Rebel, we always do this. I'm definitely getting a Sansa thing off of this, We're the Gamers, so let me know if I am right. But yeah, so when you're playing A Song of Ice and Fire, you can move political figures between these different things that they can do kind of on a sideboard. And I can see this being useful. Instead of moving a token, you can have a little chess piece-sized bust, and you move them to, like, scheming positions and whatnot. Yeah, you've got a great record, Bella. Totally vulvular, brah. That seems like the kind of thing you would say if you called people brah, you know, with an H. Yeah, it's got a bit of the uncanny. So, yeah, the face is... Yeah, lips are hard. You know what it is? I can tell you exactly what it is. How many of you have watched Star Trek Enterprise? Do you remember in, like, the first episode when they did that horrible thing with Dr. Phlox's mouth? Where he, like, looked totally normal, and then they were like, I know what people are gonna love because we're in the future. Let's take a CGI version of his face and just stretch his lips all the way up to his ears. Yeah, that smile that haunts my fucking dreams. It has the same thing going on here. Like, the smile is too angled, too perfectly symmetrical. But I will say that the rest of the facial features are recognizable, and I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, Sumitha. You know exactly the smile I'm talking about because it haunts your dreams too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Bella. Like, you think a smile, oh, well, it's like a half circle, but smiles are much more subtle than that. Lips are always kind of curved up. Well, actually, a lot of lips are kind of curved down. I shouldn't talk too much. I can't do faces. I can't do faces. Yeah. But overall, yeah, I think the braids look particularly nice, We're the Gamers. A lot of what's going on here is working fantastically. So many sci-fi do the first episode effect and then go, nope, that was dumb, we're never doing that again, we're sorry. Please, please don't stop watching. Here we have from White Wolf. Why not? I've been working... Thunderhead.exe has stopped. Here's what I've been working on the past few days. Real grade RX 178 Mark II. I can see where there seems to be almost polar opposite opinions regarding these styles of kits, but I have to say I totally geeked out over how the skeleton is double shot in order to have the single parts with several joints. Also, despite frustration in a few areas, it's at least assembled now. Certain parts will wind up being glued for obvious reasons, the part that fall off when you look at it wrong, and to remove some various seams. Comes with a decently sized sticker sheet though, so eep on that front. Kinda want to order a few more in. These are rather fun and relaxing to build despite some of their frustrations. Those reasonable amount of hours are an enjoyable time where I can just kick back and relax with building. It's a nice looking kit, I have to say. And yeah, if it's got that internal skeleton, I imagine the articulation is almost too much in some ways. By the way, Bella, did you get your pizza? I sure hope you did. No, yeah. I am gonna click that link because I hate myself. oh god, it's just the smile. If you click on that link, you will know exactly what I was talking about. Exactly. Just go watch the episode. If you haven't watched Star Trek Enterprise, go watch it. It's a good show. It's a good show. And it has Shran in it, and everybody loves Shran. It's one of the best Jeffrey Combs we've ever had. Well, thank you for sharing your work with us today, White Wolf. I always love to see what you are building. Is that a beam saber? Oh yeah, it's like a beam saber blade on the ground in front of him. Okay, I was like, what is that? and like an extra Dober cannon, what have you. Yeah, it has. I'm gonna tend to that. I have to also clear my resin printer, so I'm just leaving it for the moment. Here we have from Drunken Fister, our very own Chaotic Harmony, eBay suit versus the new one I got. Cannot wait to magnetize it. The eBay suit actually came out pretty decent, though I will say your pose job on the second suit. Now here's... have the Crisis suit kits changed? Are they more posable than they used to be? I know I don't recognize this particular shoulder piece. They must have added some things. Also has one of the wildest ship destruction scenes with the aquatic ship suffering that impact. Yeah, that was pretty good. Oh, I am sorry to hear that, Datron. That's a big pain in the ass. Yeah, get in there and clean that, man. Shit. A little bit, because I don't remember the legs being this posable, or the arms even being this posable last time I played. This looks much more like what I'm used to Crisis suits looking like. Where it's just, it pretty much the only pose you can do is him standing looking straight forward, and you can do his arms kind of like this. But, yeah, I hope that they changed a few things, because they were a bit rough. Either way, that eBay rescue is looking real nice. I love the dirt effects that you've done down here, Chaotic. That came across real well. Nice smooth application of metallics in here, too. Here we have from White Wolf again. Seems we get a choice of which day to rep this time thanks to this week's vacation. Accurate, so fuck it, Therapy Thursday it is. High grade Boogle Rambaral from Gundam The Origins. Gonna give it some loving attention with paints. Haven't decided what kind yet, but we're definitely going with the kind of blue and purple idea in mind, because that's what I want to do, and that's all the reason you need. Nothing quite as relaxing as starting another project, and of course hitting milestones in said project. I do find finishing projects relaxing, but I don't do anywhere near enough of that, because I don't have enough crazy ones already, like Minotaur Demon Lord on a tank. I believe you mean to say Minotank. Yes. Or Dragon on a tank that some are trying to talk me into. I think that sounds like a great idea too. What's up, Boogoo? That's pretty sweet. I haven't watched Gundam The Origins. Is this meant to be like a proto-Zaku? Because that's definitely what it looks like. Like just the slightly less reformed form of the Zaku that would come after this. But again, not familiar with Gundam The Origins. It's a very cool looking kit. And yeah, definitely lean into that purple. Xeon loves their pinks and purples, baby. And why the hell not a group shot, because I happen to have them all handy. The MSO4 Boogu, the RX-178 Mark II, and the MS-06S Zaku 2 Red Comet. This thing is just like, okay, I like this, I like this, I fucking love this. I love the Red Comet Zaku 2. Pseudo-primitive Zaku look to it. Yeah, that's what I'm getting it from it. Only done 2 before, but the ones I've been have been so much fun to build. I haven't built a mobile suit or Gundam brand figure in years. In years. No clue what it is, just bought it because I like the look of it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ah, man. Char's mobile suit. The Zaku is so damn classic. I told you, I'm all about the curves, and this girl has curves in all the right places. Volvular, man. Volvular. Let's keep going. Here we have from Sumitha some Operation Lancaster previews. Let me drink a little water. My throat's getting kind of dry. Oh my god. Okay. And I do believe these are a Thunderhead exclusive to boot, as I don't think Matt Plog has posted these on his DA. Oh, he has a DeviantArt page. Interesting. Real quick thing I do want to mention first, however, on Sunday, Operation Lancaster itself reached and has surpassed the 400,000 word mark with 462 pages, including inner and outer cover image pages, and at last count a total of 467 all new record sheets related to the project. Mega Mech Lab format. They will be made available as a single RAR file download once the project is released to the public. Editing is progressing, nearly to page 200 on the first pass. Waiting now on wave 11 of art from Mr. Plog. I'll bet that guy is just happy as hell to have such regular work. What a wild 4 years this project has been. Thank you to everyone who's been helping me out with this labor of love. Now on to the submission. I present to you the Jammer Scout Vehicle. One of the strengths of the Dreadnought Battle Corps is their electronic warfare capabilities. To boost that further, the Jammer Scout vehicle was created. This 15-ton tank is a fast-moving scout and mobile electronic warfare suite. Equipped with vehicular stealth armor, this speedy little craft is armed with well, technically nothing. The only equipment worthy of note is this Angel ECM suite, a topside light target acquisition gear assembly for target designation, and an in-house developed target data networking system allowing the jammer to live up to its name regarding enemy C3 and C3I networks, while tagging targets for guided ordnance and as well as sharing targeting telemetry with friendly units. Ooh, it's a nice little thing, isn't it? It's like a Savannah Master that doesn't look quite as stupid. I do like the look of this a fair bit better. It's like, what does it remind me of? It's almost like a shuttlecraft that has a hover skirt around it. A chunky little fella for sure, and Plog does such a good job with his perspective and glare work. The jammer has a unique modular powertrain system that originally hoped to allow for quick adaptability for different conditions. Through the sheer cost and efficiency of having an entirely separate powertrain for a single vehicle meant that the modularity feature was a nearly wasted effort. However, it did make it so that these vehicles are easily repaired at least. Regardless, it does mean the jammer comes in two forms, hover and tracked. The hovercraft is obviously the faster of the two, with speeds well over 200 kilometers an hour, while the tracked format is a bit slower, but no less impressive, with the top speed coming close to 200 kilometers per hour. People, like in real life, people underestimate just how fast tracked vehicles can be. But if you take a look at like an M1 Abrams really trucking across flat ground at some point, those things can fucking haul in the right terrain. It's pretty impressive. Vehicles. Did I say that? I don't know. I can't be held responsible for anything coming out of my mouth at this point. I like this version better. Just the overall look. It reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that bus that the Robinsons cruised around in and Lost in Space. I don't know why it makes me think of that, but it totally does. Again, fantastic work from Plog, let me tell you. Right? Right, Sumitha? It totally does. There's just something about it. Here we have from Vergaderung, all the stuff I have been working on today. The Hex Forest templates have turned out good, and the crystal plugs I made were fun to paint up and put down some glitter. Ooh, that's a good sentence for taking out of context. The crystal plugs I made were fun to paint up and put down some glitter. Somebody out there knows what I'm talking about. The drop base stuff I have printed got airbrushed along with the dropship. It is exciting for me to see some of drop base Delta actually getting painted, considering how fucking lazy I have been and not getting my own painted. It's just primed. I think Vergaderung has painted more of it than I have, but we've got a couple of the drop base hangers back here and a whole lot of our connectors. Verg, I'm going to be redoing these to accept magnets in the future, so you have my apologies already that you're going to wind up probably wanting to do some more for yourself, because magnets are, they're a good idea. They're a damn good idea. The Crystal Forest look nice with some paint on them. Your board is gonna look fucking badass, and one of the only, like, really alien-looking worlds I've seen in a Battletech map. I don't know why all of us Battletech players are so boring. We make everything look like it's happening on Earth, for God's sake. But really, this is such a fantastic-looking series of prints. I love these rivers and this effect that you did on it, man. I cannot wait to see all this come together. The crystals were sprayed silver and then tinted yellow with the Dr. P.H. Martins, and I found some glitter that's hexagons of different sizes. Ooh, yeah, I see what you mean down here on the base. That's pretty cool, man. That is pretty... I was thinking the bases seemed a little flat, a little barren, but once you add in some grit and these little bits of glitter, this actually works well. And these are meant to be like forest tiles. For playing in Battletech, by the way. For those of you who haven't seen, definitely check out Vergaderung's work both in the Steel Warrior Studios Discord and on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. You can see how he's broken these up and how you can pop these out. So you've got, light and heavy and light. And you can have little formations and remember where they're supposed to be and everything, and then still move your mech into the space. Really, really nicely done. And as if on cue, some Savannah Masters. Yeah, he did a bunch of Savannah Masters recently. Just so many of them. Look at them. Zooming around, not even having any fucking guns on him. Step on him. Step on him, I say. Alright, that brings us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of tonight's stream. I mean, yes, some of them have single medium laser. Bella, thank you so much for the reminder, because, yeah, my throat's a little bit dry. And a lonely little trooper in the back. Yeah. Who's doing what? Who are we going to raid tonight, guys? Somebody's doing something. Thunderdome Drew, Sea Fox Paints, old Thicky Mike is hard at work. I think... Oh, MCB. Thunderdome Drew or Steiner Miniatures. What do you guys think? Right, Steela? You're never here for the end of the stream. In fact, you know what? No. The Steela Rebel, you're never here at the end of the stream. Steela, you pick. Thick Mike or Thunderdome Drew. If you don't have a preference, just pick at random. That's your reward. That is your reward for being here at the end of the stream. Raid formerly known as Steiner Miniatures. It looks like it's looking like we want to go over to old Thick Mike. It really has been nice having you two here, Steela and Bella. Some of my favorite artists. It's always great to have you in chat. You going on Mike's call later, right? Yeah, after I'm able to. Haven't been to Thick Mike in a while. That is where we're going. That is all the impetus that I need. Let's get that raid started. Guys, please, if you are here right now, stick around for a few minutes. Give Thick Mike a follow if you have not already. Stick around because he does some truly fantastic miniature painting, and you're not going to want to miss a second of it. He's also probably going to be going for a good long while yet, so if you need some good background noise and some quality painting to keep you company, you're going to find it there. We are going to be back Thursday the 25th doing some probably paint. I'm not sure. Either painting or Cyberpunk Red, depending on how things develop. I will let you know on the Discord before we get there. Sunday, February the 28th, I will likely be either assembling or painting some Warcaster Neo Mechanica figures. It's going to be metal. It's going to be frustrating. I'm going to cut myself. I'm going to glue my cuts shut. You want to be here. It's going to be a good time. We're all going to be having fun, except me. I'm going to be bleeding. And then we're going to be back Tuesday, March the 2nd, painting either Battletech or Warcaster. We'll see. We'll see how it all comes together. Ladies and gentlemen, Locust and Gentlemex, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subscriptions. You guys are amazing, but more than anything, a huge thank you to my mod team. Thank you, Riot Sister, Kursala, Project Dark Fox. You guys make all of this possible. I have got to go get something to eat, so as always, until next time, keep on painting.